COP26, President Buhari pledges Nigeria's commitment towards expanding Great Green Wall program in Africa. Supreme Court to hear Rivers and Imo oil well suit 2022. Plus, Nigerian Army fingers IPOB and ESN in killings, arson and destruction in Southeast.
Of these criminals, and the public needs to understand that.
This is NTA Network News. We're live in Abuja. I'm Ian Ray. John Adiola Komiakere joins us from Lagos. Welcome. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has set the stage for world leaders to make history by taking the needed action to accelerate the fight against climate change. At the Leaders Summit in Glasgow, world leaders, including President Muhammadu Buhari, will make presentations to the COP26 climate conference on their bold ambitions to reduce carbon emissions. An Ngiye Fanface reports that over 120 world leaders are attending the conference.
The 6 years since Paris agreements have been the 6 hottest years in history, and even in the best scenario of climate action, temperature will rise above 2 degrees.
If working apart, we are force powerful enough to destabilize our planet, surely working together, we are powerful enough to save it.
Hosted by the United Kingdom with support from Italy, the Leaders Summit at COP26 is a significant, symbolic and impactful opportunity to put climate action on the global stage.
But we have the opportunity and we have the duty to make this summit the moment when humanity finally began, and I stress began, to defuse that bomb.
The overall target is for world leaders to put forward high-level ambition towards securing global net zero and keeping 1.5 degrees in reach.
Enough of brutalizing biodiversity. Enough of killing ourselves with carbon. We are digging our own graves.
Leaders are also expected to commit to adapting to protect communities and natural habitats, as well as mobilize climate finance. Onengiye Fineface, NTA News.
Back home, President Muhammadu Buhari has urged Nigerian youths to continue to seek the path of self-actualization, with a promise that the administration will continue to support their efforts by creating an environment that enables the fulfillment of their dreams. This was contained in his message at the Maiden National Youth Conference held in Abuja. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports.
In this country, whatever it is that you're doing, keep moving. Don't look back. You will win eventually. Keep moving ahead. Whatever the situation, we move. Whatever the situation, we move. We move.
That is a motivational call of our world leader, charging the youth to join in the battle to building a great nation. It is at today's maiden edition of the National Youth Conference and to commemorate the National Youth Day, with the theme Energizing the Youth for Development, Inclusiveness, Governance, Security, and Employment. The Vice President says the signing into law of the Not Too Young to Run bill almost 3 years ago opened the door for youth inclusion in political process and by extension in governance.
There's no more golden time than the present that you're in. So seize it. Progress is not made by looking back, but by looking ahead. Your generation has been gifted with so many tools and opportunities. You are at the most developed time in the history of technology in the world. Everything that you have today was much, much better than previous years. So with this, you can shape not just your destiny, but the destiny of your nation. It's up to you to use them well. Refuse to succumb to hopelessness.
The youth are not just our future, they are our present. They must be involved in our politics, nation building, peace and security efforts.
The youth to engage is very critical, especially because many of them have never been in governance. It's very easy to sit back and criticize the way things are being done.
With his speech, the way he is so inquisitive to make sure that the youths are being carried along in this administration, I believe that the youth have future in Nigeria to protect.
Well, in the words of the Vice President, Nigeria needs a youth not only to be supported and developed, but to understand the dimensions of political development, grasp issues, and place themselves in a position of co-builders. From the National Stadium here in Abuja, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari, before departing the country for Glasgow, gave audience to one of the leading members of the All Progressives Congress, Alimodu Sharif. The former Borno State governor, after the meeting, told NTA that he was warmly received by the president and matters of national importance were discussed.
Well, you know, it's always an honor for any Nigerian to have a privilege to come and see the president. And discussions with presidents is supposed to be a discussion that will only be revealed by His Excellency. Come to visit him, and we have discussions of national importance.
And in security, the Nigerian military has launched the maiden edition of the Defense Headquarters Joint Operations Planning Exercise, code-named Skylock. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa, who was at the Army War College, Abuja, venue of the event, tells us the essence of the exercise in the quest to secure the nation.
These are participants from the Nigerian Army, Navy, and Air Force War Colleges in a joint operations planning exercise codenamed Skylock 2021, organized by the Defense Headquarters at the Nigerian Army War College.
The conduct of this joint operations planning exercise is yet another milestone to promote understanding and collaboration not only between the colleges but also to enhance jointness in our armed forces as a whole.
The combination of the training packages of the three colleges will involve aspects of national security, interagency coordination, logistic planning, counter-terrorism, and counter-insurgency, as well as stabilization operations.
The Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo, noted that the exercise is aimed at promoting synergy among members of the armed forces during operations.
This culture is indeed essential to the development of the operational level capacity towards tackling the multifarious contemporary security challenges and engagement in future military operations.
The Defense Headquarters says there are plans to merge the three war colleges into a single institution. From the Nigerian Army War College in Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Army says the recent killings, arson and destruction in the southeast of Nigeria are being executed by members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and Eastern Security Network, ESN. Director, Army Public Relations, Brigadier General Onyema Nwachukwu stated this while briefing newsmen on the ongoing Army exercises across the country in Abuja.
It is the handiwork of these criminals, and the public needs to understand that. And that is why we are urging members of the public to take ownership of these ongoing exercises, okay? And do what? Volunteer information to the security agencies. People that burn down your shops, that burn down your houses, people that make you sit at home and unable to go to work and do your businesses are not your friends. They are against the people. And the people need to understand. These are the narratives that we expect that the media will bring to the public domain and let them understand that this group of people, these elements, are not working for the southeast people.
Update on exercise Golden Dawn, Enduring Peace in Still Waters that span 20 states and the FCT. The director notes has led to the rescue of 26 kidnapped victims, arrest of 33 drug peddlers, and elimination of 8 IPOB members. The Nigerian Army appealed to the public to provide timely intelligence report to enhance proactive operations to stem criminality. The Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, has ordered detailed investigations into the reported invasion of the Abuja residence of Justice Mary Orderly. A statement by the force indicates that the leadership of the force is not aware and did not at any time order police operatives to carry out such assignment. The IGP described the reported violation of the sanctity of the residence of the Justice of the Supreme Court as unfortunate and unacceptable. Consequently, the IGP has directed the Force Intelligence Bureau to conduct a discreet investigation into the incident. Meanwhile, the IGP has directed the Commissioner of Police, FCT Command, to strengthen security around the street and residence of Her Lordship, Justice Mary Orderly, to ensure her safety and also to prevent a reoccurrence of the unfortunate incident. Now, President Muhammadu Buhari has pledged Nigeria's unalloyed commitment towards expanding the achievements of the Great Green Wall program in Africa. Speaking at a high-level side event of the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, Scotland, the president expressed optimism that Africa's ambition of restoring over 100 million hectares of degraded landscape for productive agriculture is achievable. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo brings us details.
The special event aimed at accelerating land restoration in Africa, the case of the Great Green Wall Initiative, was co-organized by the Prince of Wales as well as the presidents of France and Mauritania. It was tailored towards ameliorating the problems of land degradation, desertification, depletion of the forest ecosystem, as well as biodiversity on the continent.
We're fortunate to have President Buhari of Nigeria with us today. Nigeria plays a critical role in the restoration movement and has pledged to restore 4 million hectares of degraded land. This kind of ambition, coming from Africa's largest economy, underscores just how vital this issue is.
With the tremendous potential of a vibrant young population and unique and precious natural landscapes, Africa is particularly well placed to seize this opportunity. So let us roll up our sleeves and start designing the creative solutions we need to secure the future for generations to come.
I remember that in January, on the One Planet Summit, we launched an initiative of $19 billion committed. We are here, and I can confirm this 19 billion. They are committed and they are arriving.
This President Muhammadu Buhari noted was a direct response to the request for support by African leaders to the global communities on addressing Africa's environmental challenges, for which the continent is grateful.
Since the pledges by the financial partners, the United Nations Convention to combat desertification has continued to give technical backstopping to the Pan-African Agency of the Great Green Wall through the establishment of Great Green Wall Accelerator for the 2021 to 2030. This is to fast-track the implementation process with the prime purpose of translating the pledged financial resources of 19.68 billion United States dollars into hectares of land restoration and other livelihood improvements at various country levels.
Actions have already been taken towards actualizing the process, as Nigeria participated actively in drafting and harmonizing the results framework for the accelerator with 5 cardinal pillars. These are the restoration of 100 million hectares of degraded land, sequestration of 250 million tons of carbon, creation of 10 million green jobs, resilient economic development in the various member states, as well as capacity strengthening and development.
As the effort to make available the financial resources already pledged by financial partners is still ongoing, Nigeria has taken further steps by approaching other technical partners for support. The partners include the Food and Agriculture Organization, United Nations Environment Program, United Nations Development Program, Global Environment Facility, with whom Nigeria is holding discussions on resource mobilization for ecosystem restoration. With all hands on deck and concerted efforts at land restoration by African leaders, I am optimistic that Africa's ambition to restore over 100 million hectares of degraded landscape for productive agriculture is achievable.
Meanwhile, as Nigeria prepares to assume the leadership of the Conference of African Heads of State and Government on the Great Green Wall, President Muhammadu Buhari made it clear that member states are committed to the transformative process of restoring the continent's degraded landscape and indeed the environment. From Glasgow, Scotland, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Many thanks, Adamu. We still have more stories on COP26 in Glasgow, but that's after the break. To stay with us.
Plus is here, and every day is now Christmas. Existing Glow customers will get 400% bonus on every recharge and 100 MB data bonus on first recharge of the month. New customers will get an unmatched 1,000 Naira welcome bonus. To activate, buy a new Glow SIM today or dial *777# for existing Glow customers.
The Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, and the management of the National Broadcasting Commission hereby invite members of the public and all stakeholders in the broadcasting industry in Nigeria to the switch on of Kano State from analog to digital terrestrial television broadcasting platform, scheduled to hold as follows. Date, Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021. Time, 11 a.m. prompt. Venue, Coronation Hall, Government House, Kano. Chief host, His Excellency Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, OFR, Executive Governor of Kano State. Host, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, Honorable Minister of Information and Culture. NBC, your right to quality broadcasting. Announcer, Malam Balarebe Shehu Ilela, Director General.
When times are tough, we know that as a mother, one thing you should never compromise on is your family's oral health, because they deserve the best. Oral-B, all-round protection. Its great value, it protects your mouth from harmful bacteria and also protects you against tooth holes and gum problems, which can lead to tooth loss. It strengthens your family's teeth and gives them all-round protection. So remember, protect their future. Oral-B for healthier, stronger teeth in just 1 week.
Hello? Hello, Kenny. If you make 10 tops by this time next week, sharp.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, talk later.
One day, we get money now.
I go any store and say I want everything. One day.
Hi, Pikin, how you doing?
Papa, I say make I remind you about that loan.
Loan, I beg.
Hello, Papa.
Your move. Hello, sister of life.
I won't remind you of that loan. Hello?
Hello, Oga. Your clothes already.
Access to finance is a major challenge for small businesses in Nigeria. But now you can level up. DBN offers sustainable financing through commercial banks, microfinance banks, and other participating financial institutions with repayment terms of up to 10 years. Need a loan? Talk to your bank today. For more information on the participating financial institution, visit devbankng.com.
Development Bank of Nigeria. Financing sustainable growth. Join over 700,000 satisfied members and enjoy the premium experience at our offices across the 36 states in Nigeria, including the FCT. Call 094615-700-704 to make the switch today. Premium pension. Active today, premium tomorrow.
The Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, hereby states that it is presently changing the old overloaded 132 kV Ikeja West, Alimosho, Ogba, Alausa, Ota, Papalanto 240 megawatts transmission line with a new high-capacity 500 megawatts transmission line to solve the problem of poor power supply in Ikeja West / Papalanto axis of Lagos State. Presently, The 5 power stations along that line route have a total capacity of 570 megawatts, but is only able to deliver 240 megawatts because of the old undersized transmission line. As the area continues to experience continued increase in human population and socio-economic activities, the demand for electricity supply will grow, and if the line is left without upgrade, electricity supply would soon be impossible in the area. TCN had to take the hard decision of reconductoring the old 132 kV transmission line, but bearing in mind the importance of power supply, TCN is carrying out the line replacement work from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Electricity is restored by 6 p.m. in the evening to 8 a.m. in the morning daily. This is estimated to last for another 4 weeks from now. We sincerely apologize for every inconvenience and solicit the support and understanding of the Lagos State Governor and electricity consumers in the affected areas to enable the successful completion of this project, which when completed will greatly improve power supply through our substations in Ikeja West and Papalanto axis of Lagos State. Announcer, Management.
Thank you for staying. Issues relating to desertification, loss of biodiversity, and the negative impact of climate change on the Lake Chad region dominated discussions as President Muhammadu Buhari engaged the Executive Secretary, UN Convention on Combating Desertification, Mr. Ibrahim Thiaw. This was on the margins of the Climate Change Conference now underway in Glasgow, Scotland. State House correspondent Adam Musambo has the details.
Given Nigeria's leading role in taking climate action as a signatory to the Paris Agreement, President Muhammadu Buhari is seen as the face and voice of Africa at COP26. This engagement between the President and Mr. Ibrahim Thiaw of the United Nations is to further deepen collaboration with relevant parties towards making progress on the main goals of the conference. President Buhari, flanked by the Minister of Environment, Sharon Ikiazu, as well as those of Foreign Affairs, Agriculture and Petroleum Resources, spoke at length on the negative impact of climate change on the continent and the best way forward. Educating the local communities and use of technology, the President explained as some of the priorities adopted by Nigeria towards addressing the physical and socio-economic effects of desertification, drought, and other aspects of the global challenge. Mr. Ibrahim Thiaw of the United Nations congratulated President Buhari on Nigeria's imminent presidency of the heads of state and government of the Pan-African Agency on the Great Green Wall. The world, he said, is looking up to the president for leadership. The Executive Secretary expressed confidence that the implementation of the Great Green Wall initiative will prevent and reverse degradation of the ecosystem in the affected countries while improving the living condition of the communities. Nigeria is part of the 193 countries that have ratified the United Nations Convention towards combating desertification. From Glasgow, Scotland, Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
Away from Glasgow, the First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, reaffirms her continued support to improving the education of women, youths, children, and other vulnerable groups in the country. The First Lady stated this in a message during the inauguration of the Future Assured College in Maiduguri, Borno State. Aliyu Kabir completes the report.
Future Assured College is situated in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, in a landmass area of 21,000 square meters, consisting of 24 classrooms, administrative block, multi-purpose hall, computer and science laboratories, staff quarters, and all other state-of-the-art facilities to enhance teaching and learning. Inaugurating the project, the First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, in a message, underscored the contribution of all stakeholders for actualizing this project, which was conceived in 2017 with the aim of boosting the quality of life of the orphans and other less privileged children affected by the insurgency in order to heal their trauma towards becoming future leaders of the country.
It was this despair that triggered my emotions to establish the school of this nature. The idea is to cater for the future of our children, especially the less privileged ones. Today, I'm glad that my dream has come to fruition. We are all gathered here to commission the project at last.
While appreciating the First Lady's tremendous support in this direction and similar gestures, the governor of the state, alongside Senator Kashim Shatima, who provided the land while serving as the state governor, and other stakeholders, promised to continue doing their best.
Today's event is yet another breakthrough in the provision of education for our school-aged children, especially the internally displaced persons, IDPs, and orphan children.
It comes as no surprise that our compassionate and committed First Lady is championing such an altruistic, thoughtful, and general initiative.
And that is why we are very happy to support Her Excellency in setting up this college.
Future Assured College is expected to run primary section, junior and senior secondary schools, as well as train and empower women, especially widows. Already, about 300 students are offered admission by the school management for the 2022 and 2023 academic session. Aliu Kabir, NTA News.
And from Maiduguri, we head to Lagos, where an interagency rescue operation is ongoing to evacuate victims who are still trapped under the rubble of a collapsed building at 47 Gerald Street in Ikoyi, Lagos. Adeniyi Taiwo has an update.
As at the time of filing this report, the identity of those trapped under the rubble is still unknown, although unconfirmed report says the owner of the building was among those still missing.
The managing director, they were inside here doing meeting with some mopos, because some of the guys are inside here too. Painter, electrician, plumber, mason, they are inside here.
After a short anxious moment of waiting, heavy machinery were moved to the scene to begin the clearing of the rubble from the collapsed high-rise building. The interagency effort is being supervised by the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Obafemi Hamzat, while detachment of security services are also on standby to maintain law and order. Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Hakeem Odumosu, who briefed journalists, said the operation will last all night as more equipment are being brought in to aid the rescue efforts.
3 people have been rescued alive, and so far 5. 5 have been confirmed dead.
With a yet to be a certain number of people still trapped under the rubble, it is certain that this rescue operation will go way into the midnight. The good thing is that personnel are on ground while necessary resources are being deployed to ensure that the rescue operation goes through successfully. From Gerard Street here in Ikoyi, Lagos, Adeniyi Taiwo, NTA News.
A very sad development there. Now, Ogun State government, in its efforts to fast-track land acquisition process, has inaugurated a digital platform known as Ogun State Land Administration and Revenue Management System, OLAMS, with a primary focus on land titles ratification module. Governor Dakwo Abiodun says applicants can now obtain their certificate of occupancy, CFO, in 30 days. Lekon Agbonde reports.
Effective land use management system is critical in managing land resources to meet the needs of the people. To, however, deepen the ease of doing business, especially in land acquisition, Ogun State Governor Dakwo Abiodun, while inaugurating a digital land platform known as Ogun State Land Administration and Revenue Management System, OLAMS, announces a 1-month moratorium for residents and entrepreneurs.
Now, our state is equipped with a digital solution that has automated the issuance of building permits, deed registration, COO issuance, government consent. Our ambition is that applicants should receive their desired documents within 30 days of full payment.
Aside this, the platform has also opened a wide variety of opportunities for individuals in acquiring land for residential, commercial, and industrial purposes without hindrance.
The introduction of OLAMS will allow the much needed efficiency, transparency, and accountability in land management.
The schemes available for sale on the OLAMS website include Hillcrest Estate, Abeokuta, and the President Muhammadu Buhari Estate along Kobakpe Road, Abeokuta. In Abeokuta, Lekon Agbonde, NTA News.
In other news, in her continuous efforts in providing good services to the people, the senator representing Adamawa Central at the National Assembly, Aisha Dahiru Ahmed Benani, has shared vehicles to women, youth, and faith-based organizations. Nafisatu Abdulhamid Dembus reports that the gesture is to ease their socio-economic development.
This is the second time the senator is reaching out to the citizenry in 1 week. She shared over 2,000 bedding sets to IDPs in Fufore and Yola South local government areas. This time around, she shared out to religious bodies, youth and women organizations, where she presented them with vehicles to, among other things, ease their activities and increase their income, especially for women and the youth.
Those buses are given to these organizations because of the importance attached to them and the activities they undertake in promoting peaceful coexistence in our diverse multi-religious communities in Adamawa State as a whole.
They thanked Senator Binani and promised to make good use of the vehicles for optimum results.
A very, very good representative, a philanthropist who cares about the people. She had the heart of a mother.
We don't even know the kind of word that which we will use to thank her, but honestly we thank her.
The vehicles shared include 4 18-seaters buses, 7 Sienna, 144 motorcycles, among others. Nafisatu Abdulhamid Dembus, NTA News.
Let's have a feel of the Center of Excellence now as we join Adiola. Adiola, let's hear you.
Thank you, Nyere. Retaining the #1 spot in the supply of liquefied natural gas as well as petroleum gas for domestic consumption and the development of a gas value chain in the country will not be compromised. Managing Director, Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas, Philip Nshel Bila, said apart from developing the gas sector, NLNG's quest to improve science and literature and literary criticisms will be sustained. Abolade Salami reports.
NLNG has unearthed Nigeria's vast natural gas resources. The gas company, in protecting the environment, has converted over 146 billion standard cubic meters or 5.16 trillion cubic feet of associated gas to exports as LNG with a view to reducing gas flaring.
The efforts in growing local content will pay off significantly in the Train 7 project. We can proudly tell Nigerians that 55% of both the engineering and procurement activities of this monumental project will be carried out in Nigeria by Nigerian vendors.
As a reputable global LNG company that prides itself with excellence, integrity, and teamwork, the 4th biggest private sector investment in Nigeria, celebrated some exceptional people with cash prizes and awards for the 2020-2021 Nigeria Prize for Science, Literature, and Literary Criticism as a way of encouraging quality writing.
On the Nigeria Prize for Literature, it has grown since inception in 2004 to become one of the most prestigious rewards for writing in Africa.
This year's contest had 202 entries for literature that was later pruned down by the Advisory Board for Literature before finally shortlisting 3 books, with The Son of the House, written by Cheluchi Oyemelukwe, emerging winner, while Uchuchukwu won the prize for literary criticism.
It is definitely one of the things keeping our literature alive, and I thank you for continuing.
The prize award for science and literature books that commenced since 2004, LNG said, is to encourage development of science, to seek solutions to problems and positive effects of writing, as well as reading culture among the people. In Lagos, Abolade Salami, NTA News.
Now, as a first-tier bank with strong financial capital base, Zenith Bank Nigeria, leader in the financial market, has increased its profit before tax to 180 billion naira for third quarter of 2021. In a report from the bank on audited results, gross earnings increased by 2% to 519 billion naira from 509 billion naira. Again, Abolade Salame reports.
With a capital adequacy ratio of 20.1%, surpassing the 15% required by the Central Bank of Nigeria for commercial banks with international authorization, Zenith Bank no doubt leads while others follow. The bank total deposits as of 30th of September 2021 rose to 6 trillion naira, representing an increase of 13% from 5.34 trillion naira in December of 2020. As a first-tier financial institution committed to a robust capital base, the bank grew its net earnings through a reduction in the cost of funds while keeping the cost of risk flat. This helped to strengthen earnings per share by 1% to 5 naira 11 kobo, with a 9% increase in interest income from loans. To maintain this positive trajectory and grow retail deposits, the bank says remarkable improvement in transaction volume and value across its digital platforms are strong indications for growth in third quarter of 2021. The bank is however hopeful that in the fourth quarter of the year, despite the volatility in the global oil price, inflationary trend, and uncertainty in the foreign exchange inflows, it will consolidate its leadership position in the corporate segment and maintain a robust balance sheet. In Lagos, Abolade Salami, NTA News.
And we're done from here. We'll take another break. The news will continue thereafter. Please stay with us.
The NECA's network of entrepreneurial women new cordially invites the general public to its 2021 summit. Date 2nd and 3rd November 2021. Venue NECA House, Plot A2 Hakim Balogun Way, Alausa, Ikeja, Lagos. Time 9 a.m. daily. Keynote speakers include Mr. Bayosani, Chairman, New Women's Microfinance Bank, Janet Adetu, MD CEO, JSK Consulting Group, Honorable Adewumi O. Onanuga, Chairman, House Committee on Women Affairs and Social Development, Mrs. Yemisi Ironloye, MD CEO, Sultry International Company Limited, Mrs. Mudupe Oyekule, ED, Masterpiece Resource Development Center, Taiwo Oluleye, Acting MD, Pan Nigeria Limited. Mrs. Buki Adeyemi, Chairperson, 2021 Summit Planning Committee, Announcer.
Glow Bricketer Plus Plus is here, and every day is now Christmas. Existing Glow customers will get 400% bonus on every recharge and 100 MB data bonus on first recharge of the month. New customers will get an unmatched 1,000 Naira welcome bonus. To activate, buy a new Glow SIM today or dial *777# for existing Glow customers.
That time of the year again. Every year for the past 25 years, Public Policy Research and Analysis Center, PPRAC, honors the most accomplished leaders with the Zik Prize in Leadership Award. This year, the list is awesome. His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi Sule, Senator Anyim Pius Anyim, Senator Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, Mrs. Ekaite Unoma Ekpabio, Dr. Akinwumi Ayodeji Adeshina, Malam Nele Kolokiyari, Dr. Bashir Waijamo, Mr. UK Eke, and Mr. Uche Oji. We invite you to be a part of this epochal event at the Eco Hotel Convention Center, Lagos. Date 7th of November 2021. Under the distinguished chairmanship of Dr. Okwesileze Nwodo, Royal Guest of Honor Alhaji Aminu Adoba Yaro, Emir of Kano, Chief Host Sama Kwabara.
Don't let anything stop you being active. But when headache strikes, I always trust Sudress Headache and Fever. For body pain, trust Sudress Joint and Muscle Pain.
Sudrex, effective medicine for headache and pain relief, and trusted for more than 20 years.
Sudress, overcome pain challenge, win your day.
You're always running around. Keeping up with you needs a comforting touch from Huggies with the right stretch for how much you move. Huggies pants comfortably fit baby's tummy. Their 360-degree comfort fit waistband makes them easy to open and pull off and on, so baby can keep on exploring and you keep doing great, Mom. Huggies. Huggies, recommended by 9 out of 10 mothers for comfort.
What's the difference between regular data and MTN data? I'll show you. With regular data, you get this. But with MTN data, you get moved right into the action, like this. And this. And this. And this. With MTN data, you don't just get more, you experience more. Need loads of data to live your dream? Turn it up on MTN, the reliable data network.
Sometimes before I step on stage, my mind gets clouded. But that's when I know it's time to take that deep, tum-tum cooling breath.
Glad to have you back. The Supreme Court has fixed 17th of January 2022 to hear the application filed by the River State government challenging the jurisdiction of court in oil wells suit instituted by the River State government against Imo State. The state is also seeking to stop the federal government from ceding the 17 oil wells to Imo State. Counsels to Attorney General of the Federation and those of Imo State government, Remi Olobora and Olushola Oke, SAN, informed the court that they have filed 2 motions challenging the competence and jurisdiction of the court. They argued that the applications should take precedence over the substantive suit. The appellant counsels, however, opposed the move, suggesting that the summons filed by the River State government for direction ought to be heard by first the court as a way of streamlining the various applications. The appellant counsels also urged the court to hear both applications jointly. The 7-man panel, led by Justice Kudirat Kekere Ekun, after hearing the submissions of the parties, fixed the date for further hearing. River State government had taken the Attorney General of the Federation and Imo State government to court, seeking interpretations of the boundary between Rivers and Imo State, alleging that the delineation on Nigeria administrative map and others are inaccurate and do not represent legitimate boundaries between both states. And from the courtroom, we head to the National Assembly, where more agencies of government are appearing before committees for appraisal of financial performance and projections for 2021 and 2022. A National Assembly correspondent, Lami Ali, reports on the session with Administrative Staff College of Nigeria and the Federal Loans Board.
The Administrative Staff College of Nigeria, at this budget defense session with the House Committee on Public Service Matters, said its allocation for 2022 is 1.5 billion naira, out of which about 800 million naira is from internally generated revenue.
Subvention, overhead costs, 99,299,631 naira.
The Public Service Institute of Nigeria, the ASCON, definitely government will not continue to run you. You have to look inward to see how you can generate revenue. You have all it takes to get money.
The Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board told the committee it disbursed 1.7 billion naira revolving loan to 363 civil servants in 2021.
If we give them the amount that they cannot be able to pay before they retire from the service, it will be a problem. So we normally used to look at their years of service and their grade level.
The board is projecting more than 2 billion naira as collections for 2022. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
Elsewhere, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, has said that the proposed presidential VIP wing of the State House Clinic will, in addition to the President, the Vice President and their families, also take care of visiting heads of states if the need arises. State House correspondent Jidun Ifade reports.
At the groundbreaking ceremony of the facility at the State House Precinct, Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, described the project as an essential facility as it is important to have the best facility for the president, the first family, and other very distinguished senior officers of government.
It's also a facility when finished will be available in case we have visiting presidents, visiting heads of states who may require medical support and assistance during their visit.
It is to the glory of God and for the good of man.
From here, we move forward with the full construction activity.
Permanent Secretary State House Tijani Umar says it is expected that the construction and commissioning would be done by December 2022. Present at the occasion were the Chief Medical Director, State House Clinic, Dr. Munir Hussaini Yakasai, and other members of the State House top management, as well as the construction team of Julius Berger, Nigeria. And the State House, Chide Onifade, NTA News.
62 years after the introduction of television in Nigeria, a university Don is advocating tracking developments in the broadcast ecosystem to make the tube relevant to the globe at all times. This was in a live studio discussion on NTA's Nationwide. Abubakar Usman Akwanga reports.
62 years ago, modernity was launched in the Nigeria's media landscape with the coming of what people see and hear, a form of reality. That is the television, which at the present world undergo divergence and convergence in the new media age. But that reality, which typifies television, remained reliable in shaping public opinions and setting agenda. Now, this university Don says, for the gains of 62 years of promotion of peace and national integration to be surpassed, the conventional media must change its approach to absorb emerging threats by the new media.
The future of the media is in video and audio, and television has that advantage. So how do we now capitalize on it? By investing massively in the technology, investing massively in content to ensure that we are able to get younger people to be with us. Otherwise, the competition is stiff from the internet, the social media is there, and the number of television stations are also increasing on a daily basis. And don't forget, you are competing for equal attention or for the same attention of the same number of people. So for you to get people to follow you and counter all these fake speeches and hate messages, you must be up and doing and produce counter messages.
The Nigerian Television Authority was specifically appreciated for its capacity in growing with the philosophy of the nation and placing public interest above individual through its program content and reportage.
Yes. If you look at the NTA, for example, you have all your stations spread over in almost every corner of this country. The principal reason is to ensure that this station or the NTA as an organization is able to bring the nation to the door of every citizen, so that from here you will know what is happening elsewhere, and that will help to reduce the level of anxiety in our people, for them to get to know more about the other side, and then there could be peace and tranquility in the system.
The doyen of communication says the monopoly enjoyed by the traditional media is no longer visible in the contemporary world, and appealed for the creation of more platforms for credibility and high-level competition. In Abuja, Abubakar Usman Akwanga, NTA News.
Another break is due. Please stay.
Democracy on the move as Anambra State holds its governorship election Saturday, November 6. That's our focus on NTA Tuesday Live this week on the smooth conduct of the election. Tuesday Live, incisive and educative. Don't miss it.
Confidence is important in life's little moments. Strong teeth can help, even if they get her into trouble sometimes. A great smile is useful to break the ice, and making friends is easier when you know you have fresh breath. I give my family confidence with Pepsodent Triple Protection 123. Its antibacterial action formula gives them cavity protection, white teeth, and fresh breath. The confidence of 3 toothpaste in 1. Pepsodent Triple Protection 123.
Not all washing powders are the same.
Sunlight adds bursts of freshness to cleaning power to give you Sunlight 2-in-1 for sensational cleaning and freshness that lasts. Sunlight 2-in-1 sensational cleaning with burst after burst of freshness. Introducing Sunlight with luxurious oud fragrance.
The Ozioko family in Umuarua village, Obukba town, announces the transition of Chief Joseph Oge Ozioko. Burial arrangements, 2nd November 2021, Christian wake at Ozioko family compound. Time, 6 p.m. 3rd November 2021, Requiem Mass at St. Paul's Catholic Church, Obukba. Time, 11 a.m. Announcer, Mr. Steve Ozioko, Managing Director, New Health Pharmacy, for the family.
The leadership crisis rocking the Plateau State House of Assembly continued Monday as rival supporters of the new and embattled speaker clashed at the Assembly complex in Jos. Abdul Wahab Babakanti reports that the development is paralyzing legislative activities in the House.
The former speaker was impeached on October 27, and Yakubu Sanda from Pengana constituency was elected as Aboknuhu Ayuba's replacement to champion the cause of the Plateau State legislative organ. This does not go down well with the embattled speaker and the lawmakers loyal to him, as they tried to gain access to his office for executive session preparatory for a sitting when some youth staged a protest at the assembly complex in his support. Some youth, believed to be loyal to the new speaker, also protested in his support. This degenerated into a pandemonium. However, security personnel intervened and brought the situation under control by beefing up security within and outside the assembly complex. Shortly after that, the new speaker and 12 lawmakers briefed newsmen where he appealed to his colleagues to cooperate with him in the discharge of his responsibilities. In Jos, Abdul Babankanti, NTA News.
Let's have a bit of sports now with Tamara Ebiwe.
Thank you, Ian Ray. Welcome to Sports Update. Super Eagles coach Gernot Rohr has invited 24 players to camp ahead of Qatar 2022 FIFA World Cup qualifiers against Liberia and Cape Verde. The Super Eagles battle the Lone Stars of Liberia in Morocco on Saturday, November 13, and then the final group game against Cape Verde's Blue Sharks at the Teslim Balogun Stadium on Tuesday, November 16. Staying with the Super Eagles, reactions trailed the return of Odion Igalo to the Super Eagles list for the 2022 FIFA World Cup qualifier. Odion Igalo, who announced his retirement after the 2019 Africa Cup of Nations, scored 16 goals in 35 matches for Nigeria between 2015 and 2019.
Really sad. I'm one of those people who felt that Odion Igalo should have rejected that invite to the national team. No matter how you look at it, it's not as if even when he was in the active service, it was all that rosy for him.
You can't take it away from him. He's a good striker any day. Experience actually counts. But the thing is that does he really have, that stamina?
And in handball, ahead of the 2022 Africa Cup of Nations built for Morocco in January, the national teams will open campaign in Abuja this November with the home-based professionals. National handball coach Rafiu Salami says the team will also camp in some African countries as part of preparations.
They will have a break for about 2-4 days. The professional will join them. I will join them later. Then we'll try and go and have a playing in Tunisia or Morocco for 2 weeks before the competition starts. So they'll come friendly matches against big teams too.
And that's a sports update. Ian, back to you.
Thank you, Tamara. Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, on behalf of the Federal Executive Council, commiserates with the government and people of Katsina State over the death of former Minister of Agriculture and Water Resources, Abba Seyade Ruma. In a condolence message, the SGF describes late Abba Ruma as an educationist of note, whose contributions led to the formulation of various policies in both the agricultural and educational sectors, which impacted positively on the growth and development of the country. The late Abaruma served as Minister of Agriculture and Water Resources under the administration of late President Umar Musa Yar'Adua between 2007 and 2010. He was also Minister of State for Education in 2005, as well as Minister of Education in 2007 under the administration of President Olusegun Obasanjo. Plateau State Governor Simon Bakola Long has described as a colossal loss the death of elder statesman Captain Joseph Dean, who passed on recently at the age of 84. A statement from Dr. Makot Simon Macham, Director of Press Public Affairs to the governor, acknowledged the deceased's long record of patriotism, hard work, mentorship and sacrifices to national development. The governor condoled his immediate family and the entire state, urging all to sustain his legacies of love, entrepreneurship, philanthropy and goodwill should be sustained to honor his memory. And that's Network News tonight. Many thanks for watching. Please remember that the fight against rape and rapists is still on. Do your part. I'm Ian Ray John. Good night.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
Welcome to Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Since coming into office in 2015, the Buhari administration has recorded unprecedented achievements in all sectors, especially in the provision of infrastructure, which is the key to economic growth. Never in the history of this country has any other administration done so much with so little. Recall that when this administration came into office, the price of crude oil, which provides for 80% of Nigeria's budgetary revenues and 95% of foreign exchange earning, dropped drastically, thus reducing the amount of resources available to the federal government. In spite of this, the administration has continued apace with massive infrastructure developments.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
We are all Nigerians. Against all odds, we shall and must remain united. We may have our challenges, our problems, and setbacks. However, together we shall overcome them all. What doesn't break us shall make us stronger. This is the mindset that shall bring peace, progress, and prosperity to our beloved country. Do not let tribal and religious sentiments govern how you think, act, or feel. Don't be influenced by those who want to destroy our precious national unity. Everybody who is a Nigerian is your brother and your sister. This is the mindset of the new Nigeria. It is also the mindset that we must all adopt. Let us support each other in creating the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
The broadcast media ecosystem is dynamic and requires continuous training for practitioners to perform optimally. NTA TV College JOS invites relevant officers to the following specially packaged training programs. Transmitter operation and maintenance. Date 1st November to 5th November 2021. 1 week. Photojournalism and photography. Date 8th November to 26th November 2021. 3 weeks. Advanced broadcast accounting and auditing. Date 22nd November to 3rd December 2021. 2 weeks. The course fee for the 3-week course is 130,000 naira per participant, while the fee for the 2-week course and 1-week engineering course is 100,000 naira only per participant, accommodation inclusive. The venue for all courses is the serene and secure environment of NTA TV College near Old Government House, Rayfield, Jos. For more inquiries, please call 0803-314-4383 or 0806-980-9807. NTA TV College, Jos, training you to be the best you want to be.
Chelsea will be hoping to continue a hat-trick of victories against teams in the relegation zone when they welcome Burnley to Stamford Bridge. Will they succeed this Saturday? It's Chelsea versus Burnley on the Premier League Live, showing on the network service of the NTA from 2:30 p.m. The Premier League Live is brought to you by Baba Ijebu and powered by Integral.
When times change, so must we. That the new time requires new response to new challenges.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Welcome to another edition of the program As You Answer the Call. Nigeria is making steady progress towards containing the deadly COVID-19 disease. Support this effort by respecting the COVID protocols and availing yourself for vaccination. Once again, welcome to the program As You Answer the Call. I am Binta Magaji, your regular host on the program. The National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, in conjunction with Jaiz Bank, is implementing a Hajj savings scheme in Nigeria. In continuation of our series on NACON and its stakeholders, the focus tonight will be on how this relationship is faring. This and more in our Spotlight segment. Also in the program, We have our regular segments such as the NACON News Diary, which features the activities of NACON chairman, key functionaries of the commission, and other stakeholders. These are more shortly. Don't go away.
Every Muslim is a potential pilgrim. To make the Hajj possible for the Ummah, the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, is running a Hajj savings scheme through Jaiz Bank. The scheme allows depositors to gradually save for the Hajj over a period of time. Registration into the Hajj savings scheme is ongoing for all Muslims. Muslims wishing to perform Hajj can be enrolled into the scheme through the following outlets: NACON offices across the country, state pilgrims welfare boards, agencies and commissions, any branch of Jaiz Bank in the country. Enrollment can also be done directly by logging into dedicated sites for the scheme. Let's participate and support the Hajj saving scheme for better Hajj services.
Thank you for staying with us. Let's begin the program with the news diary as presented from our studio. The board of the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, has approved the appointment of Dr. Abdullahi Rabiu Kontagora as the new secretary to the commission. A statement by NACON's head of public affairs, Hajia Fatima Sanda Usare, says Dr. Kontagora emerged successful out of the over 400 candidates that applied for the job and were subjected to screening processes. The new secretary is an indigene of Niger State with vast experience in Hajj management, politics, and international relations. With a first degree in political science, he also has a master's degree in international relations and holds a doctorate in the same field from the University of Abuja. Before his appointment, Dr. Kontagora had served in the FCT Muslim Pilgrims Welfare Board in different capacities for nearly 3 decades. Dr. Kontagora is expected to assume office this month and will take over from the acting secretary of the commission, Alhaji Ahmed Megari, who is due for retirement from public service after attaining the statutory age of 6 years. In the meantime, the Saudi Ministry of Hajj and Umrah says pilgrims wishing to perform Umrah will no longer be required to wait for 14 days to book for the performance of the rites. The ministry's chief of planning and strategy, Dr. Amar Almada, stated this in an interview with Saudi-based newspaper Arab News, saying that by easing COVID-19 preventive measures, the operational capacity of the Grand Mosque for Umrah and prayers has significantly increased. He said the condition is no longer necessary and will provide a fair opportunity for all. On October 16, 2021, the Saudi authority announced the easing of restrictions across the kingdom, including those affecting the Grand Mosque of Mecca and the Prophet's Mosque in Medina, thus allowing a full return to operations and capacity. Alhamdulillah, if you're just tuning in, the program is As You Answer the Call, a public enlightenment presentation that keeps you abreast of NACON activities and other Hajj-related matters. In an effort to run a successful Hajj savings scheme in Nigeria, the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, is partnering with Jaiz Bank. Since the launching of the scheme about 2 years ago, NACON and Jaiz Bank are leaving nothing to chance to successfully implement the program for the benefit of the Nigerian intending pilgrims. We have details of how the two parties are striving to achieve this objective in our next segment, Spotlight. Don't go away.
لبيك لا شريك لك لبيك إن الحمد والنعمة لك والملك لا شريك لك.
When the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, launched a Hajj savings scheme in Nigeria, the commission went into partnership with Jaiz Bank in order to have a convenient and safe saving platform. And so, since the coming on stream of the scheme, Jaiz Bank has been operating and managing the Hajj savings scheme on behalf of the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, meaning the bank is the collector of deposits from intending pilgrims enrolling into the scheme. To make enrollment less cumbersome, Jaiz Bank is making available internet services to interested depositors.
Once you sign on onto the platform, you access the platform. It will ask for your telephone number, and you put the telephone number. It will now give you a code which you will just to confirm for security purpose. And once you put that, you then move to the registration process. It will ask for your BBN. So if you are already a customer of the bank, the BBN identify you, so you will not need to create a customer number. It will immediately take you to the processing of setting the savings account, Hajj savings account, because you are already a customer. If you are not a customer, the BBN will tell the system that you are not a customer, so it will create a customer number for you and then create a savings account for you. This is how the registration will go. Then it will ask all the information that you require to open an account.
You know, you don't need to visit physically before you will be able to open an account for this Hajj savings. It is on all the platforms, including the USSD code that the bank has, which you can log on and open an account. You can use the mobile app. The bank is trying to develop the internet banking platforms, all the available platforms for people to be able to access this product.
Of course, our target is to reach out to every Nigerian Muslim, because by the system seeks to provide opportunity for all Nigerian Muslims to be intending pilgrims.
The enrollment into the Hajj 7 scheme is open to everybody, irrespective of age.
The same way you are opening the account for yourself, the same way you open it for the child. The only difference is in the requirements for the opening of the accounts, whereby for your children, of course, they are not yet adults. For those ones that are not yet adults, you know, you don't expect them to have BVN. So the parent BVN will now suffice.
In addition to this, the bank is expanding its branches across the country in order to reach to the depositors in every nook and cranny of the country.
The branches of the bank, which is fast expanding. We have established branches in almost all the states in the northern part of the country, and we are hoping to go to additional few ones that we have not reached out to, including the southwest, where we have established more branches, and inshallah the bank is going to make those channels as avenue for you to be able to open these accounts.
New branches of the bank have been opened in Dutse, the Jigawa state capital, and Damaturu, the capital of Yobe state.
Before now, we have to use probably the nearest location of the bank. Like in Damaturu, we are using the Maiduguri branch to cover for Yobe branch. But now that we have a branch in Damaturu, which will take care of that activity, at least people in that location will be able to access the branch directly.
Provisions have also been made for enrollment into the Hajj 7 scheme at the offices of State Pilgrims Welfare Boards. There is also the introduction of agency banking.
Jais Bank as a stakeholder, NACON as a stakeholder, the State Pilgrims Welfare Boards as stakeholders. All the State Pilgrims Welfare Boards have IT departments, and the officers manning those departments have been trained on how to open these accounts for people that walk into the various locations. Again, the bank has agency banking platform whereby you can visit and then you can open they can open account for you just like any other account of Jais Bank. They can guide you on how to go about opening that account.
NACON, in collaboration with Jais Bank, are mounting aggressive awareness campaigns to mobilize the public to support the Hajj 7 scheme.
The Hajj Commission is committed, based on my interaction with the people. They are really committed to this, the success of this scheme. We are equally committed to it. Both of us would be on the field. We will go to the all corners of this nation together, talking to people, making them aware of the advantages and the functionalities, and solving their problems when they try to reach and enroll, and dealing with issues as they arise wherever we go. So all of us will be on the field, because like you said, the most important is not just to create the engine and create the system, but the very important thing is to enable people to interact with it and to even arouse their interest to do so.
We are using virtually all available means to reach out to the public. That is why you see wherever we go, if we look at the population and look at the best language to communicate to the population or to the citizen of that area, and then go by that. Alhamdulillah, as explanation is being made severally, and people are getting to understand better, and so on. So people are now getting satisfied that inshallah is a welcome development, because this is a very good opportunity we should not fail to embrace.
Similarly, individuals are at liberty to select the state from which they intend to take off for the Hajj after enrollment into the Hajj 7 scheme. NACON officials and that of Jais Bank also engage in the training of registration officers at the state pilgrims welfare boards across the states. As registration for the enrollment into the Hajj 7 scheme is ongoing, stakeholders are determined to ensure the success of the scheme in Nigeria. Towards this end, a stakeholders meeting was held in June this year to evaluate how the scheme is faring since its introduction in 2020. At the occasion, NACON Chairman Alhaji Zikrullah Kulle Hassan and the Managing Director of Jais Bank, Hassan Usman, had this to say.
The board here believe that this is going to be the most important thing we'll ever be able to do as a board. In fact, the Commissioner for Finance used to say, if this is the only thing we are able to do successfully, we can go back to our different home and say that we have done something. And really, at the time we announced, we had a number of goodwill messages from other countries who were saying at last, the Hajj Commission of Nigeria has already been saying we are going to do Hajj saving, we are going to do Hajj. At last you are in it, then you are most welcome. The purpose of this meeting is to see how to drive it to a very big success.
Opportunity like this provide a forum for us to look again, look at what we aim to achieve, what progress we are making, and also to fine-tune or to even change completely some of the tactics and strategies that we are employing. And I therefore thank the chairman and management of the commission for initiating this very important intervention, where we will look through since October, or even pre-October, when we were planning, and then eventually had the first launching in Kano, and the subsequent events that have taken place around the country.
In furtherance to this, the priority of stakeholders is to consolidate on the gains being recorded for the effective implementation of the Hajj 7 scheme.
MashaAllah, you're still watching as you answer the call. Coming up next is Making the Hajj. Malama Khadija Hawaja takes us through discussions on the history of Medina, the Prophet Mosque, and other historical sites. Let's hear her.
Medina is a city located in the western part of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Medina is celebrated as the place from which Prophet Muhammad ﷺ established Muslim community after his migration from Mecca.
Medina is one of those places.
On Making the Hajj tonight, Malama Khadija Gambo Hawaja is our guide on the history associated with Medina and its impact on Muslims.
Medina now is a province, but before then is a place that existed over 1500 years before even Islam, meaning before the migration of the Prophet ﷺ and believers to Medina. So Medina had been in existence even before Islam, and is a place known as a place that many peoples from different parts of the world used to migrate to. So there isn't a particular group of people that will claim ownership or indigenship of Medina, but it is known in history that quite a number of different clans of Arabs have moved, including Jews, Yahud. They have moved into Medina.
The Jews, Aus and Khazraj were the first settlers in Medina, says the Islamic scholar.
In history, that in Medina, that is the last people that migrated to Medina, were the Al-Aus and Al-Khazraj. And when they entered Medina, they met Al-Yahud, two groups of Yahud, Banu Qurayza and Banu Qaynuqa. They met these two groups of Yahud in Medina. Then they agreed amongst themselves, the Arabs and also the Jews, to coexist together, and they signed a treaty amongst them to make sure that they protect Medina against any enemy, external enemy. So that was the relationship between the Yahud of Medina and this Aus and Khazraj.
The Islamic scholar further says,
something happened in history. There is this kings of Himyar, some clans of Arabs. And so he had this hostility towards Medina, precisely the whole of Medina. And so one day he never hid his hostility against Medina. So on his way en route Medina, the Medinites, the people of Medina, then it was not called Medina, it was called Yathrib. So the people of Yathrib now went out and killed his son. So he vowed that he was going to go and fight against Yathrib and take over the whole of the people of Medina in captivity. It was the Jews, the monks, the Jews monks, that is their scholars, that went to the king of Himyar and persuaded him not to do that.
How was the king persuaded?
What the Tariq recorded was that among the things that the scholars of Yahud told the king, that stopped the king from fighting and taking over Medina, was this. They said to him, we have read in our books that this place called Yathrib will one day become the abode of migration of the last prophets of Allah on earth. That is where he is coming to live, and that is where he is coming to die, and he is going to be buried in that Medina. So we beg of you not to do that to Medina. And they said it was based on that consideration that Medina was not taken over by the king of Himyar. So I wanted to put this on record, that this was what happened to the place called Yathrib before it was now renamed by the Prophet ﷺ as Medina.
What happened when the Prophet ﷺ migrated to Medina?
When the Prophet ﷺ migrated to Yathrib then, later he changed the name to Medina, and he prohibited anybody from calling that place Yathrib anymore, and he said it must be called Medina. In fact, a hadith is reported where the Prophet ﷺ says, anyone who dare calls her Yathrib should ask Allah for forgiveness. So it is no more Yathrib, it is Medina. Now this takes us to the names of Medina. It is not just Medina. Medina has many names.
We shall continue the discussions in subsequent editions of the program.
Every Muslim is a potential pilgrim. To make the Hajj possible for the Ummah, the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, is running a Hajj savings scheme through Jaiz Bank. The scheme allows depositors to gradually save for the Hajj over a period of time. Registration into the Hajj savings scheme is ongoing for all Muslims. Muslims wishing to perform Hajj can be enrolled into the scheme through the following outlets: NACON offices across the country, state pilgrims welfare boards, agencies and commissions, any branch of Jaiz Bank in the country. Enrollment can also be done directly by logging into dedicated sites for the scheme. Let's participate and support the Hajj savings scheme for better Hajj services.
Alhamdulillah, up next is the quiz. Welcome to the quiz segment. The question in the last episode was, who is an Afaki? The correct answer is the pilgrim who lives outside the boundaries of Mowaikit. The winner is Aliyu Adamu Suleiman from Kaduna State. He provided the answer ahead of others. Aliyu Adamu Suleiman will be contacted on how NACON will reach him with the prize he won. A quiz winner will get 25,000 Naira cash prize. This is part of NACON's effort in social investment in Nigeria. Now to the quiz for this week. And the question is, the Prophet ﷺ said, I will start with what Allah starts with. Which Hajj rite was he referring to? I repeat, the Prophet ﷺ said, I will start with what Allah starts with. Which Hajj rite was he referring to? Text your answer to the number shown on your screen. The winner will be the first person whose correct answer is received. All answers should carry the name and location of sender. Good luck and happy viewing. Once again, good luck to you. Before we round off the program, we take some messages from our viewers, including questions seeking clarification. Khadija Bukar Lawal from Bauchi State sent in the first message. It reads, I appreciate NACON for its efforts on Hajj management. I watch this program every week. May Allah reward us all. Also from Bauchi State, Anna Jibrin sent another message. It says, Assalamu alaikum. As You Answer the Call is a program that teaches us not only how to perform Hajj and Umrah, but also how to be good Muslims. Viewers seeking clarification or have questions to ask on any matter relating to Hajj and Umrah management and operations can do so through this program. Relevant officers will be contacted to respond appropriately. We also welcome your messages, comments, observations, and questions through our mobile number and other social media platforms. Remember, you can stop the spread of coronavirus by complying with all preventive measures. Let's support our governments in the fight against coronavirus. That's it on this edition of the program, As You Answer the Call. Join me same time next week for another package. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
لبيك اللهم لبيك لبيك لا شريك لك لبيك إن الحمد والنعمة لك والملك لا شريك لك لبيك اللهم لبيك لبيك لا
network service of the NTA.
Good evening and welcome to another episode of Service to Humanity, a program which brings you updates on the activities of the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development and agencies under its supervision. My name is Hafsat Mustafa Hadija, standing in for a regular anchor. The Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, in line with its mandate, improving quality of living standards for communities, is saddled with the responsibility of generating gainful employment and wealth creation nationwide through its national social investment programs. It is along this line that it flagged off one of the new additions to the NCIPs, being the Life Skills Entrepreneurship Development Training for Mobile Money Agents. Details of this in the course of our program. We also have reports of one-day forum of the ministry towards strengthening NGOs in the FCT in a pandemic era. Details of these and other stories in the course of the program. Please stay tuned.
NTA program is key to helping young Nigerians acquire and develop.
The federal government of Nigeria remains committed to including and protecting persons with disabilities to guarantee that no one is left behind.
I see that we are going through challenging times, and I see this woman running all about the country trying to help our people, because this lady is doing a very good job for our country.
Thank you. Thank you for all what they have been doing for us.
Service to Humanity starts with news around the ministry. In our lineup, Humanitarian Affairs Ministry says it has done well to institutionalize response, just as Refugee Commission fosters partnership with NGOs. Please stay tuned for details.
The Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development says it has succeeded in drawing up several policies that will institutionalize its various initiatives across its core mandate areas. Speaking recently in an interview, the Permanent Secretary, Bashir Noura Al-Kali, sheds more light on some of its policies, describing them as products of work between the ministry and its agencies.
There are policies that are either being developed or have been developed. Some have even been approved by FEC, like the IDP policy has just been approved by FEC. That is the Internally Displaced Persons policy, which was developed, by the ministry. There's what we call the flood response plan, which actually is even under the direct supervision of the Vice President. That has been developed and is awaiting FEC confirmation. There are also disaster management reduction plan, which is also in the offing.
Speaking further on policies, the Permanent Secretary spoke on a new innovation like the cash voucher plan.
Now, the essence of this cash voucher plan is to probably de-emphasize the food response, and then probably find, like what you have in terms of vouchers, either cash vouchers or food vouchers, that will reduce, the amount of food responses that you give, so that the choice will be on the either vulnerable person or the IDP to now pick out what they think they would buy, because you probably might take either rice to somebody when in actual fact there are other things. So the voucher would enable the choice by those individuals to do that. So.
The Federal Commissioner at the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons, Hajia Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, has received members of the Ray of Hope Foundation. The essence of the meeting was to create partnership with the Ray of Hope Foundation on the Project Zero Hunger. Speaking during the meeting, Hajia Iman said she is excited about the project and with dedication and planning, it will be a success. She also commended the founder of the Ray of Hope, Rahama Sado, for her commitment and dedication to the project. Speaking on the project, Rahama Sado expressed gratitude to the Honorable Commissioner for giving her the opportunity to contribute to the upliftment of persons of concerns through the Project Zero Hunger. She added that they are happy to work with the Commission on this special project.
Across the 6 geopolitical zones,
use this money for what it is meant for, graciously to take care of their family.
In 36 states and the FCT. Over 6.4 million of Nigerians poorest of the poor in about 1.3 million households receive conditional cash transfers of 5,000 naira monthly under the Household Upliftment Program of the federal government. Their joy knows no bound.
And the government is very well because they did well for us.
Help me to do any other thing, my family. Reducing absolute poverty, promoting shared prosperity through the Conditional Cash Transfer Initiative. The Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development in service to humanity.
You're watching Service to Humanity, a program sponsored by the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry to bring you updates of its activities. The National Social Investment Program has been widely reported as the biggest social protection and inclusion program in the whole of Africa. That report notwithstanding, the scope and reach of the NCIP is being expanded so that more and more Nigerians, particularly young people, can benefit from it. It is along this line that a life skills entrepreneurship development component was added to the programs of the NCIPs. Training of 1,850 as money mobile agents was flagged off by the minister recently. Let's take that report.
October 2021, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs flagged off training of youths as mobile money agents under the Life Skills Entrepreneurship Development component of the NSIPs. The event, which took place in Abuja, was for beneficiaries from the FCT and the North Central geopolitical zones. The Mobile Money Agents initiative is designed to enhance social inclusion among the youth, poor and the vulnerable. The training is to help beneficiaries meet the requirements to become mobile money agents and to help them successfully start and manage mobile money businesses. The Permanent Secretary, Bashir Nura Al-Ghali, who was represented by the Empower National Coordinator, Mr. Nsikak Okong, gave the opening remarks where he explained the new program and its concept.
You could recall that we started this journey not quite long. Just like you have said, we are very much aware of the National Social Investment Program. We have known the Empower Program, we have known the Conditional Cash Transfer, we have known the JIP Program, and this is one of the newest programs that have been added into the stream of the National Social Investment Program.
While speaking at the event, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Sadia Umar Farouk, said the President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, since assuming office, has paid so much attention to improving the livelihood of the poor and vulnerable. She said the NSIP's program is specially designed as a strategy to arrest youth restiveness and to enhance social inclusion amongst youth, the poor and vulnerable.
You may recall that from the inception of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration in 2015, the federal government, under his leadership, has paid more attention to addressing the plight of the poor and vulnerable in the country, despite the economic challenges that this administration inherited. This informed the decision by this administration to initiate the National Social Investment Program as a strategy for delivering pro-poor initiatives and enhancing inclusion, especially among our youth and the poor and vulnerable in the society.
The minister added that the program was introduced to sustain the social inclusion agenda of Mr. President, and it is designed to develop the competence of unemployed youth to operate as registered mobile money agents.
The Mobile Money Agents Program was introduced in 2020 to sustain the social inclusion agenda of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration. It is consistent with the President's now national vision of lifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty in the next 10 years. The program is designed to kit and tool unemployed youths and develop their competencies to operate as registered mobile money agents. The training we are starting today will enable target beneficiaries to meet the minimum technical and business requirements for becoming mobile money agents and enhance your entrepreneurial competencies to successfully start and manage mobile money business.
Also speaking at the event, the Chief Executive Officer of Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities, the implementing partner, Mrs. Runke Kuye, commended the partnership between SANEF and the ministry, declaring that the collaboration will create livelihoods for participants as well as their families and bring development to our communities.
The program is also a source for empowerment of citizens in providing jobs and livelihood. This initiative by the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development will further deepen and expand financial inclusion as well as reach the last mile distribution. Our role in providing financial literacy training and awareness for participants here today during this program before they are onboarded as agents is vital, as this will allow the participants to learn the rudiments and the dynamics of providing financial services to those who have so far been unserved, while also creating a livelihood for themselves and their families.
Upon completion of the training, beneficiaries will be registered with the Shared Agency Network Expansion Facility, SANEF, as money mobile agents and will be provided with startup kits that include a point-of-sale POS machine, fingerprint scanner, chairs, tables and umbrella, as well as 20,000 naira capital. The minister then flagged off the presentation of the items to beneficiaries. Some of the participants expressed their gratitude to the ministry and the federal government for the new initiative.
I truly appreciate the government of Nigeria for giving us this opportunity, and we hope because it will go a long way in assisting those that are in low privilege, in making us to promote our business.
I have to thanks for mommy. Thank you, mommy. Thank you, mama.
Welcome back from that break. Working on providing relief, support to the vulnerable and other persons of concern is a collaborative effort. In reaching these persons, the ministry needs good partnerships. A lot of times, it works with non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations to strengthen their capacity to do more, especially in the COVID-19 era. The ministry organized a one-day forum for NGOs in the FCT. Details of this meeting coming up shortly. Please stay tuned.
Non-governmental organizations or NGOs play a very important role in humanitarian crisis situation. The COVID-19 pandemic has been described as one of the biggest humanitarian crises to hit the world. Its impact on socio-economic lives and well-being of Nigerians has been quite devastating in some areas. With lockdowns of markets and schools, economic powers of individuals have been eroded as social vices continue to increase. In the midst of all these, NGOs have intervened by building community resilience, supporting vulnerable communities through food distribution, supply of developmental capacity of communities, collaborating with MDAs to fight poverty. Because of the importance of NGOs, the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development deemed it necessary to boost their capacity through a one-day forum for strengthening non-governmental organizations in a COVID-19 pandemic era. Various NGOs, CBOs and faith-based organizations operating in the FCT were in attendance. Why did the ministry decide on such a forum?
The program today has to do with NGOs, strengthening the NGOs so that they can work together in synergy, partnership and collaboration so that they can effectively coordinate their activities to succeed in their plight, to assist the government in various policies that has to do with the communities, the vulnerable and the less privileged, and those that needs help.
We have what we call social development focused NGO that normally deal with social development affairs. So there's no way we can do anything without involving them. So because of that reason, we really invited them just to strengthen them more.
To harvest from the field what they have to give to us to improve our work as well. The forum for strengthening NGOs in the COVID-19 pandemic is very, very important for NGOs, for us to be on the same page, for us to know what they are doing, for us to see how well we can work together to improve the people we serve in the community.
In his opening remarks, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, who was represented by the Acting Director of the Department of Social Development, lauded the roles played by NGOs since the beginning of the pandemic.
Today, as a result of this pandemic, the normal way we live, the normal way we work and interact has been at par with human interaction and relationship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, issues concerning COVID-19 pandemic cut across the globe and are reflected in all socio-economic issues. The need for strong partnership and capacity to achieve desired results in the protection of vulnerable in the society. It is in reality of these that the ministry is strengthening alliances among NGOs and CSO level government.
Furthermore, the director identified the objectives of the forum to include promote the roles of CSOs, NGOs in achieving and addressing the socio-economic aspect occasioned by COVID-19, harness the role of NGOs, discuss challenges facing CSOs and NGOs and make recommendations on mechanisms to strengthen CSOs and NGOs' roles in achieving the SDGs and to cushion the effect of the pandemic.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to remind us that creating a conducive environment that will help the rights of our target groups is a collective responsibility that needs a lot of effort, keen interest, dedication, and commitment. I strongly recommend that we make the best use of this program in the interest of the vulnerable members of society which we represent. We count on your continuous support for years ahead in task of positive impact on the lives of our vulnerable groups in particular and the citizenry at large.
The lead paper on NGOs, types and characteristics, importance in social development and the way forward was delivered by former Director of Social Development of the Ministry, Dr. Dorothy Nwodo.
And it's important you know whom to network with. That is who to partner or collaborate with. It will be, you will partner with somebody that will be beneficial to you, both in knowledge, training, and making your NGO to be known.
Another paper on the role of partnering and collaborating with NGOs and MDAs in addressing the socio-economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic was also delivered by Dr. Kwasau Nejama'a.
So our participants at this workshop should take the following measures aimed at preventing COVID-19.
The meeting was interactive as representatives of the various NGOs raised questions and commented generally on their operations.
My contribution is this. There is a saying, little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. And I'm to say this, NGO, an organization, is like a body. They have to have passion. And then you don't have to do more than your organization. Just try to be on the spotlight. Start up projects that even if you cannot access the fund, your organization will be able to do it. Thank you.
A syndicate session to identify all the NGOs present, thereby creating a valuable database of such agencies, also took place. After the forum, participants expressed their gratitude to the minister for the initiative and the opportunity to be a part of it.
Yes, the program today is so fantastic, very encouraging, very powerful. I really enjoyed a lot, and I wish the minister success and want her to continue in doing this, because this has encouraged we the NGOs. It has already encouraged we the NGOs to do our work for real service delivery, to save our nation from the issues we are having today, most especially this era of COVID-19 pandemic.
We thank the Honorable Minister for Humanitarian Affairs for organizing this program. The major idea of this program is to bring NGOs together, which we thank the Minister for, because most NGOs are working. We have been doing a lot of activities since the COVID-19, and this program have helped the NGOs. We've been trained on how to partner with other organizations, on how to network better, to enlighten our people, our community where we work, on the issues of COVID and how to help themselves and how to take caution against COVID-19. The ministry have also helped us in various ways, even during the COVID-19 era. They've helped a lot of NGOs by giving us food items. They've also given us crutches to give to our members, especially those of us working with the older persons.
It is on this note that we end this episode of Service to Humanity. Join us again same time next week and on this same medium for more activities of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development. Until then, have a great week ahead.
Lights, camera, action. Pictures are created in accordance with the creative vision of the photographer. The ability of a photographer to express perceptions and emotions in order to convey an impression connotes the art of photography. Most photographic works show aesthetic qualities. Some create an illusion, while some abstract photos may paint a deeper meaning from the ordinary. All this depicts the creativity of this artistry. In the early decades of the 19th century, photography captured more detail and information than the traditional methods of replication, like painting and sculpture. Today, photography still remains a unique art form that demands creative thinking from the photographer. We all love taking pictures, but there's a whole lot that goes into making our pictures look flawless. In this artistry, every detail counts.
I'd usually like to start with one light and then improve my lighting style up to the point when I get the kind of picture I want to shoot. So I'll start with this. This is always called the main light, and I'm going to start the main light on camera right. Okay, fine. So the next thing I need to do now is to position her. I like you to sit down, look towards this light. You can put one foot up, one foot down, make yourself relax. Come to the edge of the stool. Good. Fine. Are you relaxed enough? All right, so just smile, and let's see how this goes. Fantastic. So with every shot I take, I begin to readjust my camera till I achieve what I want to see. So right now, there's too much lighting coming on her face. So I'm going to have to work on my lighting style and try it again. And, well, it looks much better this time around. This is one light setup. And when I took the first light, there was too much light. I had to adjust my settings. And she looks more like this now.
New technological trends in digital photography have opened a new direction in full-spectrum photography, where careful filtering choices across the ultraviolet lead to new artistic visions. This art entails careful staging and lighting of the picture.
I'm going to make it very simple, so I'm going to just add one more light, and then I'm done. This light I'm adding is called a hair light or a rim light. It allows the picture to have a form. And so I can see her in a beautiful place. Beautiful. You see the picture has changed again. You notice there's a rim. This is the picture, and it comes in two formats. It comes as a JPEG, which is a camera processed option, and it comes as a RAW version, which is the original version with the camera shot the picture. So I'm going to edit this in RAW right now. So I start with this. Good, so the picture is out now, and I start to work on it. Luckily, she has a very fresh face, which is an advantage. So I may not do as much. I just have to work on the colors of her dress, her lips, make her hair look beautiful. I'm going to paint her up in lights and shadows now. I'm putting a bit of darkness to her face.
The stages of photograph has evolved over the years. In amateur processing, the film is removed from the camera and wound onto a reel in a dark room. But technology has taken a new dimension in this artistry.
Technology has overtaken all of that now. Makes it easier for a lot of people, makes it more accessible for a lot of people. Back in the days, they had a few labs that did darkroom clean, washing as it was known in the day. But today we have a download, edit, upload, and print very, very quickly. And then you can see how far we have gone in the last few minutes. So this is the original picture. And then this is the Photoshop picture. The colors have changed. She has a red look initially. Now it's looking more like her skin tone. The dress is bluer, which is making more. And then you see her hairline. I've defined her hairline more. And then you see these little imperfections we had initially have been removed to give us a, so to speak, final finish. What good to print? I'm viewing the image right now, and I'm going to send to this little printer here, which does my emergency prints. Beautiful, and she's ready to go.
After so much skill and time spent, the end result is indeed worth it. Or what do you think?
Export Service of the NTA.
Nobody can love you like I did, so yeah, yeah. See, I feel like your side, and you feel like my side. Girl, your body make me feel alright, and now you in my mind. See, I feel like your side, and you feel like my side. Girl, your body make me feel alright, and now you in my mind.
Oh, girl, you got me messed up, and I can't explain the feeling. You got me in the mood for that sexual healing. Born broke, trying to die rich. So baby, you could end up rocking all the fly shit. I've been around the world, seen a lot of girl. I still saved your name on my phone as diamonds and pearl. Girl, I got a crush on you, crazy and such. Don't engage me, got much for you, lady. That's fucking amazing. I never lose, and everything I do for you, girl, I do for you. I wanna make you my boo, girl, make you my boo. I know say me, I no go lose, girl, we no go lose. Even if you bend them, baby, we not care, we not send them. Yeah, yeah, I'm coming through with my men them. Call all your friends and they get them,
Oh girl, you got me in a fix. Girl, you got me higher than a spliff. Girl, you stole my heart like a thief. Nobody can love you like I did, so yeah. See, I feel like day aside, and you feel like day my side. Girl, your body make me feel alright, and now you day in my mind. See, I feel like day aside, and you feel like day my side. Girl, your body make me feel alright, and now you day in my mind. Zagadad. Baby, I'ma be there and I promise till the end of my life. My life. I ain't trying to kick it, I'm an OG, I'm looking for a wife. You know that I've been there and done that. I had a couple women with a bomb back. It took a couple minutes, now the dawn's back. And only me and you gonna sip on this cognac, cause baby, you're the one that I wanna retweet for days, I'ma like all your IG pics. I know go repeat my ways in the past, baby girl, me no buy these chicks. Even if you bend them, baby, we not care when I send them. Yeah, I'm coming through with my men them. Call all your friends and they get them. Oh girl, you got me in a fix. Girl, you got me higher than a spliff. Girl, you stole my heart like a thief. Nobody can love you like I did, so yeah. See, I feel like day aside, and you feel like day my side. Girl, your body make me feel alright, and now you day in my mind. See, I feel like day aside, and you feel like day my side. Girl, your body make me feel alright, and now you day in my mind. SCC Mila.
Knock the until I see your light. I cry a river if I fit wala. Baby, my love, my bill. Say now your cruise I like. Show me that your miracle tonight. Take me higher, I wanna feel alright. If I come body, baby go say you the totally. And I don't want to the bother, but I want to know if it show me. If I come body, baby go say you the totally. Me I don't want to the bother, but I want to know if it show me. One day if you see the mommy, her royal majesty, begin with fine like this. So I post it with me. One name. I say one name if you see the mommy, her royal majesty, her majesty, begin with fine like this. So I post it with me. I promise to kiss you before you wake up. Love you without the makeup. Baby, don't break up. I touch down before the takeoff. Yeah. Luckily for me, you know my beat. They say I take you personal. I know if you disagree. I'm gonna confirm if you check out. True talk, I know they run scams. Control for my area, so I for like give you your own crown. Yeah. Luckily for me, you too sabi. They say I want to take you personal. I know if you disagree. One day if you see the mommy, our royal majesty, we can find like this. So I posted with me. One day if you see the mommy, our royal majesty, we can find like this. So I posted with me. Wake up, love you, wake up, kiss you, bang, 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 bang.
Swaps.
Osha pro, ni wanu benzo tutakoto. C'est banca. Therefore, show banca. Never waste your time, never let you go. Top down, back to back, you the best I know. Oh yeah, you dey blow my mind. For your
when I'm killing it, when I'm feeling it, kissing it and turning to an animal. Yeah, yeah. Angry and you're dangerous. It don't matter, no. Cause your body controlling me. It don't matter now. And I know you see the same vision. Nobody gon' change how we live. Nobody gon' change how I feel about you. I want to do whatever you want. Freaky, freaky for you. Show me what you're into. Oh girl, you just blow my mind. Your body blow my mind. Girl, you just you, your body greatness. Skip it.
Jason on the
You know what? Everything just little. Fresh. Go!
That's how stars do.
Sir, sorry, sir. How do stars do?
Like I do.
Ice on my neck, ice on my wrist, you know. That's how stars do. If you ain't talking money, please don't call me for a show. That's how stars do. 10 million for a show. That's how stars do. Never to be caught on fresh. Okay. That's how stars do. That's how stars do. That's how stars do. Haraku, how do stars do? Like I do. That's how stars do. Okay. That's how stars do. Okay. That's how stars do. Haraku, how do stars do? Like I do.
When you see a star, stars always dripping with swag. I pull up in a white Lambo with my dura, come here Rambo. Jenny, Abuja, what a vehicle. Tabatiri me, go on my shileku. Star don't like to talk too much. Star like to keep it cool.
That's how stars do.
But if you vex star, star go give you 2 punch too. Yeah. I'm a superstar, yeah. Sanda katile semyo. Opade so ibi obanyo.
Ice on my neck, ice on my wrist, you know. That's how stars do. If you ain't talking money, please don't call me for a show. That's how stars do. 10 million for a show. That's how stars do. Never to be caught on fresh. Okay. That's how stars do. That's how stars do. That's how stars do. Haraku, how do stars do? Like I do. That's how stars do. Okay. That's how stars do. Okay. That's how stars do. Haraku, how do stars do? Like I do. Mori emojiga. Enemy say middle finger. Star where Abuja and Nika. Ask Ricky baby. That's my Mori emojiga. Enemy say middle finger. Star where Abuja and Nika. Ask Ricky baby. That's my what you really want from me? Stars don't do beer, only NC 5 position. Be my Mercedes, and love it, star collect I say. What you really want from me? Stars don't do beer, only NC 5 Be my Mercedes, and love it, star collect I say. That's how star do. That's how star do. That's how star do. Haraku, how do star do? Like I do. That's how star do. Okay. That's how star do. Okay. That's how star do.
Bad guys in the building, bad way.
How to start do?
Yeah, do. See the swag in my shaku. Me repeating my baps is a taboo. It's not me you will cash with a balu. Even this my leg work is scano. That's how star do. She see wood game, she say that's bamboo. We don't really used to do over cargo. Don't bother checking price on the tag. Grab two in the back, in my bathroom, in the glove compartment of my car too. Anytime that you say you want to pass through, anything you see there, I dash you. The slice in the attitude. It's not just hearing and too. Go share away, don't let can school. So far one more, come be careful, be careful, be careful.
Ice on my neck, ice on my wrist, you know. That's how start do. If you ain't talking money, please don't call me for a show. That's how start do. 10 million for a show. That's how start do. Never to be caught on fresh. Okay. That's how start do. Swaps. That's how start do. That's how start do. Haraku, how do start do? Like I do. That's how start do. Okay. That's how start do. Okay. That's how start do. Haraku, how do start do? Like I do. Another banger. Make a pom, make a pom, 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 make a pom, make a keep a deep pom, pom, pom. Your body kakara, make a pom, 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 on a make it. Kilo fe, I'm a te chokade, fine, fine, oh, pakade, watch your love for like it, why not more, your body, chokade, push it in, yeah, imade, kabalo, sile, kilo fe, why not more, daddy, tell me what's in there. I'm a damn easy, baby. Why you want to give me control? If you want to get already, I'ma make up my eye. I'ma need to can do. I go my eye. I'ma need to can do. Do maybe. I don't money is oh yeah. Maybe don't go carry belly. Maybe let one me see oh yeah. Boy like this, so if I hear say want I go vex. Okini na fia, okini baby, okini let me, plenty money, okini na fia, okini baby, okini let me, plenty money, talk market wa, where I'm a dollar, Messi age, oh yeah, kalang money, jo yeah. Shade ijoya, check out all the patapa. I'm a sexy mama, come follow me, come my ijoya. I'ma make up my you. I'ma need to can you. I go my you. I'ma need to can you. Do maybe, but I'm not in the maybe don't go carry better. Do maybe, let one of me see oh yeah. Come see oh yo, baby yo. Make a pom, make a pom, 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 make a pom, make a keep a deep pom, pom, pom. Your body kakara, make a pom, 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 on a make it check get a pom, pom. Make a pom, make a pom, 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 make a pom, make a keep a deep pom, pom, pom. Your body kakara, make a pom, 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 on a make it check get a pom, pom, pom. Check it
Osha pro need one new plans for two taco to touch it. It's a banker. It's a banker.
Denim is one of the dominant parts of urban lifestyle. Everyone wants a piece of it. However, creating a unique look gives you the fashion statement you sure deserve. There are lots of creative ways you could transform your denim from being that boring piece to an artistic appeal. Promise Abu is a creative designer. He's about to create an incredibly detailed art on a denim shirt. Let's see how this will be achieved.
I'm using all this ink for the design. It's called an acrylic ink. I'm about to do a faded brick design on this cloth. Why it's perfect to use biro is it makes the line project better because the material it's a dark material. If it's a light material, you could use your pencil.
He continues to create the vertical and horizontal lines that will form the patterns of the brick design.
The function of this line is to guide me when I'm painting the bricks, because I will be using a lot of colors. It's to guide me. It's a guideline.
Now the painting commences, and this will take a longer time.
This is the use of the line. You paint each box.
A range of variety of colors is required in order to pop up the design and make it look very attractive.
You continue to spread colors in all the boxes. These are yellow acrylic yellow. We'll be using this to brighten the colors. Like I said earlier on, women love bright colors.
Highlighting some of the deep colors with white is to make it a bit brighter.
Right about now, we're about to do the tracing. After the tracing, we move to the fading side of it. Moving to the fading level. I'll be fading all this brick right now. Okay, it's done this way. You use your brush. You use your brush to shade. It's like using your pencil to shade on the paper. You shade different edges, you shade different parts of it. You do it randomly.
In order not to leave the pockets without a little touch of creativity, creating a bit of design is necessary.
Allow it to dry for a while. Like I said earlier on, this is what the rag female jean look like. It's a brick design.
Isn't it quite fascinating how artists are known to create a world of their own by turning anything ordinary into extraordinary? This is one artistic piece that explores man's ingenuity and speaks volume of high fashion status.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Eastleigh in Nairobi, Kenya, business is booming for traditional religious healers. They cater for Somalis from around the world who wanted to get closer to their culture and roots. But Africa Eye investigates a form of religious healing gone badly wrong.
I have seen clients have broken arms. We have taken some to hospital because of the kind of violence.
By going undercover at an Islamic drug rehab center, where the clients are first kidnapped
I see 2 police officers in a car. I didn't know what they wanted. As soon as I went in the middle, they handcuffed me.
And then tortured.
Or a person gets depressed because of the kind of torture he's going through, cannot talk to anyone, he has no life left in him.
You understand? They just can't grab the people here and say, nothing I've done. Ask the people. I've done nothing.
Eastleigh, a neighborhood in the Kenyan capital Nairobi, known as Little Mogadishu because it's home to so many Somalis. And it's a global hub for the Islamic healing industry. I'm going to try it out for myself. I've paid this traditional healer $100 to get rid of my pain.
isbeddel kan yimid inuu sabab u yahay il ama cayuunna sida u taqaanid in ishan ay ka timid dad aan ku quurin hawsha ahays dhammaan dadka caafimaad ama Allah siiyo raggan
Quranic readings performed by religious sheikhs aim to remove the evil eye or exorcise demons, and they are in high demand. In Eastleigh alone, this new growing industry is worth an estimated $10 million a year. While these Quranic readers might put a dent in their clients' wallets, that's the worst damage they do. But some of Eastleigh's religious healers are running rehabilitation centers for the treatment of drug abuse or mental illness. And I've received reports that men and women are held against their will and physically abused in these centers.
Some families think the best way to rehabilitate their children is to lock them up. But some of these parents don't know exactly what happens in these rehab centers because these rehab centers are run by religious figures we call sheikhs, and these sheikhs are usually trusted within the community.
As a Somali and practicing Muslim, I've come to Nairobi to investigate these rehab centers. It's very difficult to gain access, but one of them did agree to let us film inside.
Yeah, the boss. Thank you.
Sheikh Hussein founded Mustaqim 2 years ago.
That's a CCTV camera, barbed wire.
Through another bolted door is the main complex and yard.
وروح الدرجة حنوكيسو كبر لامي وهير والي جاري يركان وحنا مثلا هذا المسلمين نهاي ورانكم إنه يهي داو حاجة قلبي أنا داو إنه يهي حاجة جركنا إنه يبدنك.
We get to see that medicine in action. The Sheikh and his assistants read the Quran to this young man from overseas. The idea is to push the demons out of his soul.
dadka dhibi jiray waxa ku sheegay midda kale inuu ma aragtay uu goosho u haleyn jirayna dhalaa baa ku haray oo de wali xanuunka kama tagin laakiin waxaan rajaynaynaa hadii la sii wado inuu ka tago ilaahay idinki waraha kaga tago waa ka tagaynaa marka qabanaya iska waxba dhimad.
But then the Sheikh refers to a more aggressive form of treatment.
ninkeeda darra sameeya yaa la geliyaa oo lagu tacsiiraa qolka waxa la yiraahdaa qolka edebta la yiraahdaa qolka edebta waxaa laga yaabaa silsila intii lagu xidho in barta lagu xidho haddana.
As we are packing up, a group of women call out to me. They say that far from taking drugs, their only crime is to have fallen out with their husbands or relatives who have paid for them to be imprisoned here.
Wala idin tumaa?
We don't have freedom. أنا قلت الموضوع صار رأيت دم هزن أنا sometimes كنا بزنا.
Nearly all of these women are mothers with children on the outside.
They all said we want to get out of here, but we can't. The longer we are, the more money the rehab people would make.
The sheikh walks over and the women fall silent. While these women's claims are deeply worrying, we have heard even worse reports of abuse coming from other rehab centers in Eastleigh. One of those is called Darushifa, and we found a member of staff willing to speak out about what happens inside. Ben Njega works as an addiction counselor at Darushifa. He recounts his first day in the job with horror.
I thought it was like a torture chamber. Clients were locked up in rooms. The rooms were dark. There was no ventilation.
But despite being appalled by what he saw, Ben decided to keep on working at the center, hoping he could eventually improve conditions for the clients.
I made very serious recommendations written down.
But Ben says the owners ignored him and the abuse continued.
So it was a constant fight, a constant fight, a constant fight.
He says most of the men locked up in Darushifa aren't even addicted to hard drugs.
And they want to know, these are people with just a normal mental health issue, a drug problem, maybe smoking cannabis, and because it's not allowed in the religion, they decided to lock them up and categorize them as dangerous.
Ben has also privately reported the center to the police and the Kenyan government's rehab regulator, NACADA.
Individuals from NACADA have come to the center, and we have explained in detail what happens, and then they go. And reports to the police have been made. Nothing has been done. They just turn a blind eye.
Left with no other authority to call on, Ben has agreed to film undercover at the center.
You want people to be in your shoes and see
Yeah,
rather
see
than
it, see it. But when I show it to you, then you understand.
We equip Ben with a secret camera.
Good luck, Ben.
We also ask him to record regular video diaries while undercover. Just as we saw in Mustaqim, a religious teacher at Darushifa also performs Quran readings on his clients. On Ben's first day filming, a new arrival is brought in, Ali. His mother says Ali has been having problems with the school and is into drugs. She's paying the center $500 a month to turn her son's life around. Ben speaks to Ali to find out more.
Hii shida ya shule ilianza when? Januari hii mwaka.
Mimi nasoma hata naingia form 1 sasa hivi. Nasoma na kubeba. Sawa, mimi naweza kutabia.
Lakini wanasema wamekuona ukivuta fegi.
The center has already conducted a drug test on Ali. No traces of narcotics were found.
So mimi nimeandika na tufai kuwa hapa. Lakini unajua mimi nachukua pesa.
Wamesema kama sio.
Hiyo hata PSG.
It's 10 p.m. the same day, and 4 Darushifa guards are doing their rounds. They are forcing some of the inmates to drink a liquid called harmala. Seconds after drinking, it makes them vomit violently and seems to be used as a form of punishment. After finishing with these men, they turn their attention to Ali. He's prevented from leaving by a guard holding a rubber whip. The guards surround Ali. He has no choice but to drink. Ali gives in and drinks the harmala and then vomits. A few minutes later, weeping, he pleads for the ordeal to end. Badly shaken, Ali is finally led out by another patient. That night, Ben hands over the day's footage. He's also smuggled out a sample of the harmala solution so that we can send it for testing. The following morning, I visit a traditional herbalist to find out more. At Darushifa, the staff produce a concentrated solution from harmala seeds, which have been used as a herbal medicine for thousands of years. They claim it detoxifies drug addicts, but those who drink it suffer hallucinations, terrible chest pains, and severe vomiting.
jirka lagu nadiifiyo dadka oo macnaha xashiishka yani bangiga iyo wax dhan
marka wax inta la eg baa qofka la siiyaa
hal yiriis waay yiriis qaadaysa oo kulaaqay wala siinaha
dad waxaan aragnay koob la siinayo
maya koob lama siin karo because waxa waaye because qofku uu ku dhiman karaa waxa hadii u badiso.
Our lab tests on the center's harmala solution have revealed that a full cup contains 100 times the recommended dose for an adult, which could be enough to kill. I have been investigating Islamic rehab centers in Eastleigh, Nairobi. We have gone undercover to expose evidence of systemic physical abuse at one Darushifa. The next day, 2 guards are once again trying to force Ali to drink harmala. Like every new arrival at the center, his hair is completely shaved off.
huyu nimeambiwa kwa ofisi, hata juzi niliambiwa apatiwe kwanza huyu anafaa kupatiwa.
Kuja kaa chini bana.
One of the security team then picks up a rubber rod and joins in. He himself was also once a patient here, but now has been elevated to a full-time guard. Ali is handed a full cup of hamala. But Ali appears to have had enough and starts to resist despite the threat of violence. Two of the guards high-five each other. Then the beating continues. The guards proceed to beat Ali for 5 minutes without pause. It turns out two of the men who have been picking on Ali all day aren't actually staff. They are patients. The management gets them to discipline their fellow inmates in return for favors.
They can go and sit in the office, they can always go out, ask for things like sodas, and they can get them.
They have a reputation for being even more vicious than the guards.
The clients have already been punished themselves. When they rise to certain positions, they want to inflict the same kind of pain. So for now, we have clients who are sadists and they want to instill fear upon others so that they can rule with an iron fist.
One man who knows all about the brutality at Darushifa is Muhammad Ali, an 18-year-old from London. He spent 3 months inside last year. He says it all began when the police picked him up off the streets.
I see 2 police officers in a car. Didn't know what they wanted. I went inside, they put me in the middle. As soon as I went in the middle, they handcuffed me. Then they drove all the way to Darushifa. Me, as a child, I wasn't in no gangs. I wasn't a troublemaker. Back in London, I was in 6th form. I was applying for college. I actually got accepted. Then I came here for 2 weeks. Then that's what tragedy happened.
You say tragedy? What do you mean?
Just because my life has just gone wrong, to be honest.
Muhammad found himself subjected to beatings and forced imprisonment. The same treatment our investigation has revealed at the center.
If you do any trouble, if you argue, you have to get beaten up by the watchman, the guard. Most of them are severe beatings, because it's torture basically.
Stuck in Nairobi without a job or money, Muhammad can't return to the UK.
So what do? Just keep quiet?
Yeah, just keep quiet. Because here the police is very different. There's nothing you can do.
Two policemen are at Darushifa's gate. Ben is there to meet them.
Salama sana.
But the police aren't here to investigate allegations of abuse. Instead, they are dropping off a patient. Hassan, a man in his 40s, is brought out of the car in handcuffs and handed over to the security team. His relatives are paying for this to happen. Ben says it's a regular occurrence.
So this happens, you come to the center and report that you want a client gotten from your house. the center organizes for the police to go and collect the client. So they put him in handcuffs, bring him to the center. So it's a paid service.
An hour later, the new arrival is given his first taste of the center's favorite medicine, Hamala.
Sasa hii ni arma imekufanya hivi.
The guards subject the most fragile patients at the center to the same brutality as everyone else. Even the mentally ill, imprisoned at the request of their families, aren't spared.
So there is this client who was brought in by his brothers. The client has a mental disorder. The guy was given Harmala in the evening. The reaction was very bad for him. And because they locked him up in the room, they vomited in the room, guard came in and he was angry at him. Why can't you control yourself? And they beat him up.
The guard seems to be toying sadistically with his victim. Whatever the man does, it seems to be a reason to beat him harder. It turns out this particular guard has a strong motivation to be as violent as possible. He's on a trial for his job.
If the clients fear him, then he's more likely to get a job trying to increase his salary by being the most atrocious.
The incidents of abuse we have documented at Darushifa are all crimes under Kenyan law. NACADA is the Kenyan government regulator with the power to shut down rehabilitation centers engaged in criminal activity. Judith Tawala is its manager of regulatory services.
We have heard from people who work in these rehab centers. They have contacted you to give you information what goes on inside, and you have done nothing.
We also need to be careful when we get information. Sometimes it could be malicious information, but any information we get from anybody in regards to rehabs, we don't take it lightly. I can assure you.
We know some of these places have been raided several times, owners arrested but not charged. A week later, they reopen. Why isn't NACADA doing enough to stamp out this practice?
Maybe our judicial system has maybe issues of more priority than this one, but I think we also have a role as an agency when charges are laid to up our game in following up.
We wrote to the local police authority to request a response to allegations of corruption and kidnapping made against its officers. There was no response. We also requested an interview with the owner and executive director of Darushifa, Ahmed Ismail. He dismissed our allegations as just propaganda. While the authorities may be slow to react to this issue, as a community, we Somalis also need to stop creating the conditions for abuse to occur. It's right and good that we want to preserve our culture and religion, but businessmen who dress up as religious sheikhs are rarely the answer to complicated problems like mental health and drug use. Paid to make our loved ones better, they are more likely to make them worse.
Agebenu Omoha is a graduate of Benue State Polytechnic, Ubokolo, from the Department of Graphic Art. He's very passionate about his work and has made it a point of duty to add value to young and aspiring artists. He goes from school to school to teach different aspects of art expression.
This batik is being produced. The batik you see people wear, like the Yorubas and the Cameroonians wear most of the time, how they produce them. This is the processes on how they go about it. Like what you can see here are the materials. This is the one we melted. The reason why we melt this one is because there are some places you don't want a dye to absorb on the fabric. So you apply the wax on the fabric to make sure that the dye don't penetrate that place. That is the reason why we use the candle wax. As for the rest, they go together, but the candle wax stands alone. And for the brush you are seeing here, you can use the brush to use in making designs on the fabric. I'll spray the fabric and then we'll begin to apply the candle wax on the fabric. To dry for about 5 minutes, and then we'll prepare the dye stuff before we can dye it. Now this is the warm water. So we're going to mix our dye chemicals in before dyeing. You don't have to allow the water to boil very well, because if it boils and it's very hot, when you dip this fabric in it, it will melt the wax away. And then these are the dye stuff. We have two colors, one color, they are both green. So you pour everything in the water. Mix everything in the water. So the next thing you do now is to soak the fabric in the dye stuff that's already prepared. We are now soaking it. You can see the white area. That is the area of the candle wax. The candle did not allow the dye stuff to penetrate. To rinse it in this normal water. The reason why I'm going to rinse it is because of the caustic soda. If you don't rinse it, that caustic soda, if you use it and sew any cloth and then you put it on, when the sun becomes very high, you begin to itch your body. So that is the reason why I'm going to rinse it in this normal water.
This is the network service of the NTA.
If your sum total is a mustard seed, then nurture it, water it, grow it into that tree in your rainforest. We will be highlighting one of the prevalent social issues in our society. love and trust and by people that are strangers. We all know what success is: attaining position, status, wealth. We can say that success is the favorable termination of attempts. I like that. Where trying ends because desired result is met. That's hot. That definition is so next level. Favorable termination of attempts. So what does success mean to you? Do you consider yourself successful? Who do you think is successful? Take a moment, think about it. We'll be right back. Welcome to Our Reality with Sky. On today's episode, we will be highlighting the rules of success. I think success is something you have to figure out for yourself and define. It is subjective. Although success is based on personal feelings, we can all agree that there is a certain objectivity to it. We won't call a druggie successful, even if that is what he claims he wants to do with his life. So there are certain facts that represent success. We'll go over them. Number 1, do the work. Don't be lazy, whatever the work is. Work. What is work? Work is something that earns you a living. I once knew a graduate who, for the lack of a job opportunity, took a job as a hotel clerk. He was fastidious, and through people he encountered in the hotel, he was able to get a job more suited to his level of education. Number 2, stop wasting time. It's time, and it is the most valuable resource. Don't waste it. It keeps going. Go with it. It waits for no one, so why wait? Start. Whatever it is, just do it. Number 3, rely on God. God is everything. No one can help you like he can. Number 4, be practical. Take practical steps. Number 5, be productive early. When you wake up early, you find that you get things done quicker and better. We move on to the 6th rule. Don't be a baby. Life is life. Sometimes you have to fight for what you want. It can be hard. Adult up. Number 7, don't mess around. Don't make excuses. It's silly and, quite frankly, very embarrassing. Number 8, don't hang around people that don't make your life better in any way. I find that if I have a goal, staying away from people who don't have quite the same goal makes me attain the goal faster. Friends who are not on the same path as you have got to go. Delete, delete, delete. Move on. It's harsh, but needed. Number 9, don't play. I don't mean don't play or have fun, but this means focus, focus, focus. The joys of delayed gratification are immense. Number 10, don't be too nice. It's sad, weird, and it doesn't get you too far. You will have to say no sometimes. Guess what? People will understand after you've attained your success level. If some request is going to inconvenience you, state it. If a favor is too huge to perform, say it. If you are uncomfortable or this request is going to eat into your goal completion time, refuse politely. Number 11, don't be insane. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Learn from your mistake or missteps. Number 12, be wise. You might have to shut up and ignore some stuff. You might have to stoop to conquer. Do it. Make sure that your dignity and self-respect are intact. But don't be too proud to calm down and win. 13, go over and beyond what is expected of you. Number 14, read widely. Reading exposes us to different worlds and thoughts. There are merits to reading. For example, it strengthens the brain, it increases knowledge, it sheds light or is illuminating, it builds vocabulary, it helps your cognitive process, it reduces stress, it helps sleep, it improves mental health and alleviates depression. While we're reading, let's talk with groups. Literary groups, focus groups, educational groups, industry groups. Find out where people's heads are at. Know your area of interest. Look at the industry, the field, whatever. Have an extensive knowledge of your area of interest. Know the history. Know the past trends, the current trends, the lingo, the industry giants. This will help you not only know what to do, but when to do it. Believe in yourself, trust in your abilities and capabilities. Know that impossible is nothing.
It is no longer news that building multiple streams of income has become a necessity to many people in the country. Majority of Nigerians are struggling to make ends meet, and most have ventured into other businesses and skills as a means of meeting their financial needs and also fatten up their savings account. Mr. Michael Shalako, a former staff of the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA) and a seasoned baker who ventured into other sources of income generation, and he tells his story.
I can say my success story started from NTA because being able to serve my country by being posted to NTA was a success in itself, because it was one of the big organizations that were difficult to be adopted into. And for me to serve there and I was retained, it's a big testimony. Everything started from there. I met wonderful people, starting from Atibola Oyeyemi, Said Ismail Ahmed, oh my God, wonderful people. And then I met Wale Kuka. That is a wonderful, wonderful man, because he made us see our potentials.
One will wonder how he was able to start up an additional source of income, which led him to become an entrepreneur.
I was closer to my mom because I was helping in her business. After school, it's her business. Sometimes before school, we quickly hawk something and then prepare for school. So that spirit has always been there to provide for myself. While my colleagues were waiting for their parents to probably give them pocket money, when I hawk, I add money to what I'm working and I make my own money.
Achieving the best in whatever skill you love to do, you need to set a standard for yourself so you can be outstanding in your alternative source of income on being successful and also set priorities.
Failure is a recipe for success, because if you don't fail, you might not learn how to actually succeed. When you fail at something, it should give you that push to try another way, and you'll get it. That's what has worked for me.
Considering the current economic reality, most entrepreneurs are faced with one challenge or the other, which affects their businesses on a daily basis.
Challenges. We're all in Nigeria. We all know the issue of power is affecting us seriously. This power you're seeing right now, when we load 20,000, we get about 300 units. 300 units goes off so fast. So running a business and everything runs on power. Even our oven uses power, apart from gas. So it's a lot of challenge. And the one that is peculiar to bakers is bad roads. Oh God, when you want to deliver a cake, especially all those tall wedding cakes, you need to get someone that will hold the cake in the car. You can have multiple streams of income even while being employed, because at a point you will close from that office and go home. That time you are spending at home, you can think of something. And if you think, oh, I need my time, my family time, no problem. You can be a consultant. For example, you're a producer in NTA. You can consult for new stations that are springing up. That, oh, this is how we do it. This is how you set up your office. This is how you set. They pay you as a consultant, and you're fine. So everybody can do something.
All in all, alternative source of income helps in planning the finances for future target in a more organized manner with a huge struggle. So, why don't you find additional means of topping your daily income?
Annihilate self-doubt and have the confidence to take action and get things done. You can do absolutely anything that you want to do. It is within your power and ability. So when we're talking about believing in yourself, here are some quotes. You are braver than you think, more talented than you know, and capable of more than you can imagine. And this was said by Roy T. Bennett. Something you truly believe in, you will find a way. Roy T. Bennett as well.
With constant layoff and job losses as a result of the effect of coronavirus pandemic across the globe, having a single stream of income could be suicidal in these times. One of such business that requires little or no capital is the cleaning business. One of the basic requirements is to have a passion for the environment and basic cleaning skills and facilities.
What actually prompted us to cleaning is the environment. We love environment, and for you to love environment, you must appreciate cleaning, and the environment has to be clean. So I mean, that was the motivation behind setting up Green Box, and all the while it has been cleaning, amongst other things. I love cleaning.
I had a regular 9 to 5, and I realized that for my job, we didn't have time to wash, and it created a gap for us. So I thought, why not start something like that? I was already giving my clothes to other dry cleaners, almost on a daily basis. So I just thought it might be something that I will enjoy doing, an opportunity to make money from it and meet the needs of people.
You need some level of expertise, as against what other people think. You find out that some mushroom cleaning companies, maybe you lose your job, maybe you're just leaving school, you feel the next thing you can embark on is cleaning. It takes a lot. You must know the techniques, in cleaning. You must have the right equipment, in order for you to work seamlessly, and you must have the right expertise and training and training and training.
Starting was quite challenging. We had the issue of space, manpower, machines. I went into the business without experience, and I had to learn from most of my workers and then from other laundry owners and some of my colleagues that had done the same business too. The most challenging part of the business was getting reliable manpower, people who are ready to work and put in their best. Then the challenge of light, because the business requires 24 hours light, which is not always available. So having to pair with generators and the likes.
There are several opportunities in the cleaning business. One could start small with cleaning of residential areas for a token. Despite the harsh economic climate, entrepreneurs in the cleaning sector have taken advantage of the recent health scare and pandemic to add sanitizing and disinfecting service. There are indeed several opportunities in the cleaning sector.
Prospects, there's always room for growth. there's always room for expansion. For everybody that goes to work, most people don't have time to wash their clothes themselves. So it gives opportunity for anybody coming into the business to make money.
You find out that even these days, people don't even want to have live-in housemates anymore. So we're actually coming up with packages that we can render for small families, large families that they don't have in-house mates.
Funding is one of the challenges. Like right now, we'll appreciate more space because we are growing, but we don't have the funds to expand at the moment. Then with this generation, a lot of Generation Z workers that feel a sense of entitlement, they're not willing to work, but want to get paid. So basically, light has improved. We are grateful for that. The high cost of tariff, electricity tariff, that's one of our major challenges to break even.
And the advice I would want to give them is to encourage them, because we can't all depend on government for sustainability. How many people can government employ? In my organization now, I have over 850 staff. I know what I'm doing for the government or Nigerians absorbing such numbers of people. And we are counting, because each day we go out to try and get new contracts, which is going to increase our workforce. So I want to encourage people, young people, not just because they don't have anything else to do. Let them have passion in cleaning, because it takes passion. To sustain a business in Nigeria, you must have the passion, because it's not an easy environment to try.
Aside the remuneration that comes with the cleaning business, it also creates a sense of responsibility and fulfillment towards the beautification of the environment. Don't just clean, turn your passion into a business.
You may be the only person left who believes in you, but that is enough. It takes one star to pierce a universe of darkness. Never give up. This was said by Rochelle E. Goodrich. Believe in your infinite potential. Your only limitations are those you set upon yourself. Roy T. Bennett. Believe in yourself, your abilities, and your own potential. Never let self-doubt hold you captive. You are worthy of all those things that you dream of and hope for. Encourage yourself. Believe in yourself. Love yourself. Never doubt who you are. Stephanie Lahart.
In this economic climate, Nigerians whose livelihoods depend on a low income or minimum wage budget find having multiple sources of income to be crucial. Like many of her peers, Sally Usman had difficulty staying afloat on a single income. She started sewing her own clothes to save money, but soon found it to be a lucrative venture.
I love native, and buying material, sewing the clothes is something that is not too it's not too palatable for me, because it's money I'm wasting or spending. So I'm like, okay, let me go into this. Let me just buy my material and think about anything I want to do and just put it into sewing. First, it was just to cut costs for myself. But then as I went on, I was like, I can do this for other people. Then I saw there's actually money in it. Because before I finished university, I actually went to learn Gele. And in school now, most people don't tie Gele. So it was something I just do, like, okay, Sally, please, I'm going for this Thanksgiving in church. Just help me tie this Gele. And it was like that. But I knew some friends that are in school, and they brought their sewing machine to school. And they were making money. So I was like, okay, fine. When I started doing it, I was like, let me just sew for myself. But then I saw her, she was getting customers, she was making money. And I'm like, this is not for myself again. I can go beyond this.
Balancing multiple means of employment can be a challenge. Transitioning your alternative source of income to your full-time job can pose an even bigger risk. Usman believes she was able to take on that risk because of the encouragement and training she received from her family members who were already in the business.
My cousins from my paternal home, they are also into tailoring. Like, it's a family thing. It actually made it easier for me. Because unlike what I thought, maybe I wanted someone to scold me, why are you not doing this like this? Why are you not doing this wrong? You're not, no. It was filled with love, so it made me learn faster. I bought a new machine, started making gowns, from there skirt and blouse and all. So it's something now I enjoy doing.
So almost everybody is going into the fashion world. Like, so many ladies are going into the fashion world. So for me, in order for me to build my business, I have to be creative. Now, if I begin to produce like different new styles people have not seen before, they don't know, then it improves and grow me more. And then I would also diversify in selling of materials. So when people come into the store and they can find what to get for their own shops, I think that's me growing my fashion line.
Statistically, exposing the youth to skill acquisition that can earn them an alternative source of income will reduce youth unemployment and enhance their self-sustenance. Numerous federal government programs exist to equip Nigeria's vulnerable populations with the tools for financial empowerment. The programs often teach skills cutting across a wide array of endeavors, including fashion design. With these skills, they are often able to establish sustainable small businesses and achieve financial stability.
Don't let others tell you what you cannot do. Don't let the limitations of others limit your vision. If you can remove self-doubt and believe in yourself, you can achieve what you never thought possible. Roy T. Bennett. Live the life of your dreams. When you start living the life of your dreams, there will always be obstacles, doubters, mistakes, and setbacks along the way. But with hard work, perseverance, and self-belief, there is no limit to what you can achieve. So the only person who can pull me down is myself. I'm not going to let myself pull me down anymore. C. Joybell C. said that. We seem to have come full circle. We started the show by saying that success is the favorable termination of attempts. Until you get to this point, persist. Remember, remember, ye are gods. Enough said. Goodbye.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
The act of making something more beautiful by adding ornaments to it is also known as decoration. Today, so many men and women hardly do without decorating their events. they choose the colors, and the quality of materials befitting such an event. Invited guests and groups that grace the occasion normally come in their numbers with different attires conforming to the recommended colors. This practice is an indicator of cooperation and solidarity during ceremonies and festive periods. The purpose of wearing the dress can be to serve as self-identification with age mates, relations, or friends during social occasions such as weddings, funerals, or parties. The word Asho in Yoruba means cloth, and Ebi denotes family. So, Ashobi can be described as a family cloth usually worn during parties or family ceremonies or occasions. However, others call it anko, and many adopt the white man model, which is uniform.
When it first started, it was just the headgear. All the members wearing the same color. Gradually, today, they have moved down even to the dress and the handbag. Handbag to match, and even shoes.
The question then is, how do we practice in our own locality in Benue State?
Because of our association with the outside world, our people are bringing it and introducing it now in Benue State.
They use it in order to make their events colorful. Almost all the Tiv traditional marriages, you see them making black and white ashobi. So for the Ido mass, it's red and black. Then the Igede is blue and black on their traditional marriages, and even on their white weddings, they use black and white.
How do you feel when your event is accentuated with different colorful attires?
So much excited because I will know that at least I have a group, as in people that have identified with me on my day.
I will be so excited, so joyous inside me. I will know that yes, so people, everybody will know that yes, these are so people, he belongs to them, so it makes you happy.
What happens if the guests come with attires whose colors do not correspond with those recommended?
It is not as if it is a must that you must wear ashobi. It's not for everybody. So if the chief celebrant sees somebody who is not into that attire, why will he or she not welcome the person?
There are factors that could make people to disappoint you in that way. Some, it could be that they don't have the money to afford the material given. Some, it could be that they don't like wearing the same clothes with so many people.
Inasmuch as decoration is aesthetic to an event, people whose attires do not conform with the color of the day should be free to partake in the merry-making or identify with others wearing the same uniform. After all, the essence of attending any party is just to celebrate with others and have a nice time. So, next time you're going out for that occasion, the choice is yours. Stay with the crowd or have your own unique identity.
This is the network service of the NTA.
To eat is a necessity, but to eat intelligently is an art. Every time you eat is an opportunity to nourish your body. My name is Mercy Ovunene Riket, and you're welcome to another episode of Better You Today. On this program, we're concerned about the overall wellness of your body. And on today's episode, we're going to be talking about fish. A lot of people eat fish, and as a matter of fact, fish contains 40% of the nation's consumption of protein. It's actually a very important diet in the household in Nigeria here. Like virtually almost every home eats fish. So we're going to take a feature now, and when we come back, we'll have a chat with our dietitian and nutritionist on the very, very many benefits of fish. Stay with us.
One of the healthiest food on the planet is fish. It's loaded with very important nutrients such as protein and vitamin D. It's also packed with so many nutrients most people are currently lacking. For example, omega-3 fatty acids for body and brain development. And as a heart-healthy food to prevent various heart diseases such as strokes. Nutritionally, fish is healthy and a much needed addition to any diet. Culinarily, fish is filling, delicious and very tasty, whether it be fried, baked, grilled, cooked, and on the side with a helping of fresh veggies. It is the bedrock of a sumptuous, wholesome meal. From salmons to sardines, bass to carp, yellowfish to blue grouper, brown trouts and catfish, and with over 3,360 species of fresh and brackish water fish in Africa, the list is endless.
Tiger fish, bargi, barracuda, red snapper, white croaker, miligi, and many others. Because if others talk now, I put like 15 names now. If you see somebody, I don't know. But to me, I know because it's my business. I know what the difference scalefish and unscalefish.
Failure, is river one. So we have big of this one. This one is the smaller ones. But we have the one that you go reach like 4 kg, 5 kg. Asa fish. Yeah, it's a king. It's king. Now the king of the fish. Yes. See the biggest one here. It's asa. Some Yoruba they are calling it a jaiso. With Hausa, Dansarki. This one is tiger fish. Fish, yes. So this one you don't have any bone like this, and it's sweet. You get flesh like eggs.
And from the splendor of freshwater fish, an array awaits your taste buds. Aside the fact that the dietary nutritional values of fish is 100%, but it is also good to place such in our diet because it keeps the heart healthy and happy.
Thanks for staying tuned. You're still watching Better You Today on the network service of the NTA. Well, I have with me our health practitioner. Her name is Modupe Olufisoye. She is the president of Nurse Hub Africa and a midwife. Thank you for taking our time to be with us on the program. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me.
What are the health benefits of fish?
Fish is one excellent source of protein. It's known to be classified as high quality protein and also has low fat. So if you want to look at the health benefits, you then want to say that it has the capacity to supply the body with the maximum amount of protein that the body needs without creating any form of extra trouble. So interpretation of extra trouble is you're sure that you're not taking fish in large quantity and you're worried about side effects of fish. Is that okay? Fish is also excellent when it comes to the development of body cells. The body cells experience something you call wear and tear. So there's always the cell breakdown and cell regeneration, and the protein component of fish is usually very helpful when it comes to this cell regeneration. So it's an excellent source of resource for the entire body system. And then it's also very helpful when it comes to the development of certain body organs, and maybe not development, the functioning of those organs. Those organs depend on the supply of these proteins, the high-class protein gotten from fish, to function properly. We can go on and on and on. And then it's also helpful with children too. So children need a lot of protein, this high-quality protein, in the development of their bodies. Very useful for brain health. Is very useful for, like I said, tissue functioning, integration of the use of hormone in body system functioning. All of these are very many benefits of fish.
Now, it's common knowledge that fish farming is one of the lucrative businesses in Nigeria here. So is there a difference between organic fish and the ones locally bred?
Some journals stand with the point that the difference between them basically has to do with what they are fed with. So remember that the organic fish is in its natural environment. It takes what it finds. However, the intentionally farmed fish, caged fish, so to speak, is fed with produce, is fed with synthetic food, is fed with food that has been processed, created or designed with several minerals and stuff for the purpose of growing that fish. So the content that these two categories of fish consume is very different. However, does this influence what the fish gives back to the body? The larger picture is no, in real sense. However, the component or the content of what the organic fish will give is said to be more natural than what the farmed fish will produce based on what they have been fed or nurtured with.
We dry fish a lot. People, in fact, particularly like that taste of dry fish, and people do it in different forms. Does it reduce the nutritional content of fish?
Amazingly, no. Amazingly, no. The quality of protein in dried fish is said to be as excellent as it was when the fish was fresh. In fact, I read a journal yesterday that said the protein is better, is more compact, is more intact, it actually delivers more nutritional value as against where it is fresh. So does the process of drying fish take away the nutrient? The big answer is no. Is the dried fish better than the fresh fish? No, depending on how you want to take it. That okay, you can dry your fish and use it for whatever, and then if you feel that you're not comfortable taking it dry, remember that the dried fish is hard to touch. One way that you can preserve fish without having it then degenerate is the sun drying and then the use of salt on it. Now, salt helps to dry up whatever moisture is on whatever tissue you put salt on. The salt has the capacity to take in the moisture from that particular tissue. So this is how salt helps to dry up fish, takes up all the moisture. It is the moist environment that allows for the breeding of microorganisms that you end up seeing growing and becoming the maggots we see. However, under these circumstances where the fish is poorly stored, it's usually not advised to take it because of other complications that might arise, like gastroenteritis, so you have food poisoning and all of that, if it's not reprocessed properly. But the other thing you want to do is to subject that particular fish to extreme heat to see if you can get rid of whatever these microorganisms are, and then it may be fit. However, I do not subscribe to using that fish still. Where the preservation is poor, then the consumption of that fish won't be appropriate.
Okay, so for the weight watchers out there who are trying to watch their weight, I've heard that some fish have more fat than other fish. So if we're trying to watch our weight, what fish do we eat and which ones do we stay away from?
Ooh, okay, big question there. All right, so there's some fish that we refer to as lean fish. We refer to them as lean fish because the amount of fat, so cholesterol high, the amount of fat you'll find in this fish are not very high. Some fish are excellent fat carriers, while some others have just a reasonable, moderate amount of fat that is appropriate for consumption. So you have fish like the tilapia, for instance, above all the other kind of fishes, has a lower amount of fat as against other fish categories like the catfish, for instance. Yeah, so, and the catfish cholesterol level is amazing. When I say amazing, it's pretty loud. So if you're looking at one,
we're used to eating.
Well, that's the one we enjoy eating for pleasure, right?
Yeah.
Just, I don't know if we consider it
Really,
because a class of eating or something, yes. But the fat found on catfish, especially on the skin, underneath the skin rather. So even if you want to do a lot of catfish, one of the ways you can do this is to deskin it, unskin it, remove the skin, okay? And then you take more of the flesh, the white flesh. That's more appropriate. But for the tilapia, the skin and the flesh in itself both are pretty appropriate. The amount of fat is really low.
All right, so we're going to go on a break now. Better You Today continues right after the break. Stay with us. It was probably easier for you to feed your kids fish when they were much younger compared to now that they're all grown up, where they get to opt for other options of protein like rabbit chicken, turkey, and the likes. But then how do you get them to eat fish if you really want to eat fish? There are lots of tantalizing and lovely dishes out there, like you have the fisherman soup, you have the okra fish soup. You can make fish with so many dishes, pastries like your pizza, shawarma, pies. The list is endless. Okay, so what if they're not buying any one of that? What else do you do? Well, there's something else you can try. You can chop your fish into little cubes, little tiny cubes, and then mix it with your purees or porridges like yam, porridge, beans, potatoes. Mix it up with maybe some veggies and some, some veggies and then some other proteins, and in the mix they get to eat it. They probably won't be able to identify fish in the food. Okay, what if you have some really smart kids who can still bring out these little chunks of fish from that? Well, there's something else you can try again, and that is getting your seafood, crayfish, fish, or even prawns. You can get them dried and blended into a powdered form, and that way when you put it in your food and incorporate it in your meals, you don't get to even sight it. Well, you can start afresh by buying the fresh ones, fresh prawns or fresh fish, dry them in your oven with maybe a little bit of salt if you want, or a seasoning, and then make sure it's dry, bring it out of the oven, and then
just blend it to your blender. Wow, you have blended dry fish or seafood. You can get them at the store, but then it'll be much better if you can try this at home. Either you chop them into tiny bits, or you make some tantalizing dish that will attract them, or you blend your seafood or fish into a powdered form and incorporate it in your meal so they don't get a seed, but that way you are very sure that they are having the proteinous fish that you want them to have. You can give it a try. Well, up next is one of my favorite segments, which is not too far from what we're talking about, which is the menu for the day. You're gonna love this. As a matter of fact, you might just end up wanting to lick your screen after watching this. Stay with us.
For this recipe, I'm using some okra. I'm going to cut it in 2 different ways, and I'll show you why. Next, I'm using some croaker fish. I'm also using lobster tails, and I'm using some shrimps, and I've left the tail on. I'm using some ground crayfish. I'm using some habanero pepper and some tatashe. I'm going to blend these 2 together, and it's going to form the base for my okra soup. I'm also using Cameroon pepper, some salt, and stock cubes. I forgot to mention I'm using iru also. First, I'm going to start by cutting my okra. So cut your okra to whatever size or shape that you like. I like mine not too tiny and not too big, but feel free to cut it however way you like. You can even blend yours in a blender if you like that type of consistency, or use a food processor to roughly chop it. Just make sure it's all cut up to whatever size and shape that you like. My mom used to make us cut it on a cutting board, and then she'll ask us to go over it like this just to get it finer. And I've just been doing it this way. Now that I've finished chopping up my okra, I'm going to take a small part of the okra and put it in a separate bowl and just set this aside. This is the one that we're going to use to add that extra viscosity. So basically, chop up your okra and just take a little bit and set it aside. Now in the little bit, you're going to add some water, just a little bit of water. And I'm going to use a fork to mix it up. Just continue to mix it until it becomes kind of drawy. I forget what the right term is. It's viscosity or something. But yeah, keep mixing it for like a minute until it starts to draw. Now we have 2 types of okra. We have the regular one that we chopped, and then we have this one that we added a little bit of water that is going to help enhance the viscosity of our okra soup. Next, I'm going to blend my habanero peppers and my tatashe. I'm going to add a little bit of water and just blend this up until it's smooth. If you want, you can put your crayfish in here and your iru in here if you don't like to see your iru in the soup. Now that all my peppers is smooth, it's time to cook. So in this pot, I'm going to heat up some palm oil and then add my iru. And I'm going to fry this for roughly about a minute. Next, I'm going to add in the peppers that I just blended. I'm going to stir this up and just let it start to cook. While it's cooking, I'm going to add my ground crayfish, my stock cubes, my Cameroon pepper, and a little bit of salt. I'm going to add some more water and let it come to a boil. I'm going to cover it and let it cook for about 5 minutes so that the peppers are properly cooked. Next, I'm going to add in my fish. Fish doesn't take a long time to cook. I'm going to cook it for about 3 to 5 minutes. I'm going to take it out and then continue the rest of this okra. I'm going to add in my lobster tails now and my shrimps. Shrimps and lobster tails don't take a long time to cook. I'm going to add my okra a little bit at a time. So first I'm adding the one that we roughly chopped, and I'm just going to mix everything up. I really like crunchy okra, so I'm not going to cook this too long. Here's the trick. If you want your okra to really draw, this is how you want to do it. And I know some people like thicker okra, so you can add whichever one of the two to make your soup thicker. Just make sure that to get that drawiness in coat, you add the one that you mixed with water. My soup is not too thick, it's just loose. It's right enough for me to enjoy with some eba or even to eat on its own. I'm going to add my fish back into this mix and let it finish cooking. I'm going to let it finish cooking now and I'm going to show you guys what it looks like. This is my very, very lush seafood okra. Perfect with all the things that I was craving and all the things that I really like.
Well, that sure looked delicious and kind of easy to try. You can give it a try at home. And I'm going to do the same because I love fish and I love okra too. That's how far we can go on the program for today. Thanks for hanging out with us. My name is Mercy Ohunene Riket, and I do hope you learned a lot on the episode today. Well, till I come your way again, same time, same station next week. Have a wonderful day. Bye.
Lights, camera, action. Pictures are created in accordance with the creative vision of the photographer. The ability of a photographer to express perceptions and emotions in order to convey an impression connotes the art of photography. Most photographic works show aesthetic qualities. Some create an illusion, while some abstract photos may paint a deeper meaning from the ordinary. All this depicts the creativity of this artistry. In the early decades of the 19th century, photography captured more detail and information than the traditional methods of replication, like painting and sculpture. Today, photography still remains a unique art form that demands creative thinking from the photographer. We all love taking pictures, but there's a whole lot that goes into making our pictures look flawless. In this artistry, every detail counts.
I'd usually like to start with one light and then improve my lighting style up to the point when I get the kind of picture I want to shoot. So I'll start with this. This is always called the main light, and I'm going to start the main light on camera right. Okay, fine. So the next thing I need to do now is to position her. I like you to sit down, look towards this light. You can put one foot up, one foot down, make yourself relax. Come to the edge of the stool. Good. Fine. Are you relaxed enough? All right, so just smile, and let's see how this goes. Fantastic. So with every shot I take, I begin to readjust my camera till I achieve what I want to see. So right now, there's too much lighting coming on her face, so I'm going to have to work on my lighting style and try it again. And, well, it looks much better this time around. This is one light setup, and when I took the first light, there was too much light, I had to adjust my settings, and she looks more like this now.
New technological trends in digital photography have opened a new direction in full-spectrum photography, where careful filtering choices across the ultraviolet lead to new artistic visions. This art entails careful staging and lighting of the picture.
I'm going to make it very simple, so I'm going to just add one more light, and then I'm done. This light I'm adding is called a hair light or a rim light. It allows the picture to have a form, and so I can see her in a beautiful place. Beautiful. You see the picture has changed again. You notice there's a rim light now that has created a form. When you look at the first one, it was bare, and the second one has some form of rim between it. And then from here we go into post-production and footprint. This is the picture, and it comes in two formats. It comes as a JPEG, which is a camera processed option, and it comes as a raw version.
From day one, with the intention of changing the direction of Nigeria. We believe Nigeria is an African power and can be a major powerhouse in world affairs. But to do that, we need to change our direction.
It can be done. This country cannot be written off. It can be done. And this country will still lead Africa. We're making steps, slow steps, moving on. I mean, it took the Americans 200 plus years to get where they are. We're moving.
Hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Hello and a very warm welcome. This is the news on NTA International. My name is Justin Bemuyan. Here are the headlines. President Muhammadu Buhari in Glasgow, where world leaders are finding solutions to challenges of climate change. Judicial experts canvass amendment of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act for speedy dispensation of criminal justice. And President Buhari urges youths to seek the path of self-actualization, promising federal government support to enable them fulfill their dreams. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Now, issues relating to desertification, loss of biodiversity, and the negative impact of climate change on the Lake Chad region dominated discussions as President Muhammadu Buhari engaged the Executive Secretary, UN Convention on Combating Desertification, Mr. Ibrahim Thor. This was on the margins of the Climate Change Conference now underway in Glasgow, Scotland. State House correspondent Damusambo reports.
Given Nigeria's leading role in taking climate action as a signatory to the Paris Agreement, President Muhammadu Buhari is seen as the face and voice of Africa at COP26. This engagement between the President and Mr. Ibrahim Thor of the United Nations is to further deepen collaboration with relevant parties towards making progress on the main goals of the conference. President Buhari, flanked by the Minister of Environment, Sharon Ikiazu, as well as those of Foreign Affairs, Agriculture and Petroleum Resources, spoke at length on the negative impact of climate change on the continent and the best way forward. Educating the local communities and use of technology, the President explained as some of the priorities adopted by Nigeria towards addressing the physical and socio-economic effects of desertification, drought, and other aspects of the global challenge. Mr. Ibrahim Thaw of the United Nations congratulated President Buhari on Nigeria's imminent presidency of the heads of state and government of the Pan-African Agency on the Great Green Wall. The world, he said, is looking up to the president for leadership. The executive secretary expressed confidence that the implementation of the Great Green Wall initiative will prevent and reverse degradation of the ecosystem in the affected countries while improving the living condition of the communities. Nigeria is part of the 193 countries that have ratified the United Nations Convention towards combating desertification. From Glasgow, Scotland, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
In the meantime, President Muhammadu Buhari has pledged Nigeria's unalloyed commitment towards expanding the achievements of the Great Green Wall program in Africa. Speaking at the high-level side event of the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, Scotland, the president expressed optimism that Africa's ambition of restoring over 100 million hectares of degraded landscape for productive agriculture is achievable. And again, let's join Adamu Sambu for details.
The special event aimed at accelerating land restoration in Africa, the case of the Great Green Wall Initiative, was co-organized by the Prince of Wales as well as the presidents of France and Mauritania. It was tailored towards ameliorating the problems of land degradation, desertification, depletion of the forest ecosystem, as well as biodiversity on the continent.
We're fortunate to have President Buhari of Nigeria with us today. Nigeria plays a critical role in the restoration movement and has pledged to restore 4 million hectares of degraded land. This kind of ambition, coming from Africa's largest economy, underscores just how vital this issue is.
With the tremendous potential of a vibrant young population and unique and precious natural landscapes, Africa is particularly well placed to seize this opportunity. So let us roll up our sleeves and start designing the creative solutions we need to secure the future for generations to come.
I remember that in January, on the One Planet Summit, we launched an initiative of $19 billion committed. We are here, and I can confirm this 19 billion. They are committed and they are arriving.
This President Muhammadu Buhari noted was a direct response to the request for support by African leaders to the global communities on addressing Africa's environmental challenges, for which the continent is grateful.
Since the pledges by the financial partners, the United Nations Convention to combat desertification has continued to give technical backstopping to the Pan-African Agency of the Great Green Wall through the establishment of Great Green Wall Accelerator for the 2021 to 2030. This is to fast-track the implementation process with the prime purpose of translating the pledged financial resources of $19.68 billion United States dollars into hectares of land restoration and other livelihood improvements at various country levels.
Actions have already been taken towards actualizing the process, as Nigeria participated actively in drafting and harmonizing the results framework for the accelerator with 5 cardinal pillars. These are the restoration of 100 million hectares of degraded land, sequestration of 250 million tons of carbon, creation of 10 million green jobs, resilient economic development in the various member states, as well as capacity strengthening and development.
As the effort to make available the financial resources already pledged by financial partners is still ongoing, Nigeria has taken further steps by approaching other technical partners for support. The partners include the Food and Agriculture Organization, United Nations Environment Program, United Nations Development Program, Global Environment Facility, with whom Nigeria is holding discussions on resource mobilization for ecosystem restoration. With all hands on deck and concerted efforts at land restoration by African leaders, I am optimistic that Africa's ambition to restoring over 100 million hectares of degraded landscape for productive agriculture is achievable.
Meanwhile, as Nigeria prepares to assume the leadership of the Conference of African Heads of State and Government on the Great Green Wall, President Muhammadu Buhari made it clear that member states are committed to the transformative process of restoring the continent's degraded landscape and indeed the environment. From Glasgow, Scotland, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Still coming from Glasgow, Scotland, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has set the stage for world leaders to make history by taking the needed action to accelerate the fight against climate change. At the Leaders Summit in Glasgow, world leaders including President Muhammadu Buhari will make presentations to the COP26 climate conference on their bold ambitions to reduce carbon emissions. Onenge Fineface reports that over 120 world leaders are attending the conference.
The 6 years since Paris agreements have been the 6 hottest years in history, and even in the best scenario of climate action, temperature will rise above 2 degrees.
If working apart, we are force powerful enough to destabilize our planet, surely working together, we are powerful enough to save it.
Hosted by the United Kingdom with support from Italy, the Leaders Summit at COP26 is a significant, symbolic and impactful opportunity to put climate action on the global stage.
But we have the opportunity and we have the duty to make this summit the moment when humanity finally began, and I stress began, to defuse that bomb. And to make this the moment when we began irrefutably to turn the tide and to begin the fight back against climate change.
The overall target is for world leaders to put forward high-level ambition towards securing global net zero and keeping 1.5 degrees in reach.
Enough of brutalizing biodiversity. Enough of killing ourselves with carbon. Enough of treating nature like a toilet. Enough of burning and drilling and mining our way deeper. We are digging our own graves.
Leaders are also expected to commit to adapting to protect communities and natural habitats, as well as mobilize climate finance. Onengiye Fineface, NTA News.
And President Muhammadu Buhari, before departing the country for Glasgow, gave audience to one of the leading members of the All Progressives Congress, Ali Modu Sharif. The former Borno State governor, after the meeting, told NTA that he was warmly received by the president and matters of national importance were discussed.
Well, you know, it's always an honor for any Nigerian to have a privilege to come and see the president. And discussions with presidents is supposed to be a discussion that will only be revealed by His Excellency. Come to visit him, and we have discussions of national importance.
And President Muhammadu Buhari has urged youth of the country to continue to seek the path of self-actualization, with the promise that the administration will continue to support their efforts by creating an environment that enables the fulfillment of their dreams. The president said this in his message to the maiden National Youth Conference held in Abuja. State House correspondent G.D. Onifa reports.
You are in this country, whatever it is that you are doing, keep moving. Don't look back. You will win eventually. Keep moving ahead. Whatever the situation, we move. Whatever the situation, we move. We move.
That is a motivational call of our world leader, charging the youth to join in the battle to building a great nation. It is at today's maiden edition of the National Youth Conference and to commemorate the National Youth Day with the theme Energizing the Youth for Development, Inclusiveness, Governance, Security, and Employment. The Vice President says the signing into law of the Not Too Young to Run bill almost 3 years ago opened the door for youth inclusion in political process and by extension in governance.
There's no more golden time than the present that you're in, so seize it. Progress is not made by looking back, but by looking ahead. Your generation has been gifted with so many tools and opportunities. You are at the most developed time in the history of the world. You are at the most developed time in the history of technology in the world. Everything that you have today was much, much better than previous years. So with this, you can shape not just your destiny, but the destiny of your nation. It's up to you to use them well. Refuse to succumb to hopelessness.
The youth are not just our future, they are our present. They must be involved in our politics, nation building, peace and security efforts.
The youth to engage is very critical, especially because many of them have never been in governance. It's very easy to sit back and criticize the way things are being done. But what we need is solutions, how we will engage and address and ensure that there are sustainable solutions to the challenges that bedevil us.
Seeing is believing. There is many of their programs which this is the first time we see it in the country. The MFAR program, the National Youth Investment Program, especially the National Youth Investment Program.
With his speech, the way he is so inquisitive to make sure that the youths are being carried along in this administration, I believe that the youth have future in Nigeria to protect.
In the words of the Vice President, Nigeria needs a youth not only to be supported and developed, but to understand the dimensions of political development, grasp issues, and place themselves in a position of co-builders. From the National Stadium here in Abuja, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
The fifth Conference of Network of African Parliamentarians, members of Defense and Security Committees, has ended with renewed commitment to tackle insecurity across troubled areas of the continent. Let's hear from Lami Ali.
The conference, facilitated by the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Foundation of Germany, brought together parliamentarians and key stakeholders to discuss insecurity being one of the issues of concern on the continent. Legislative intervention and collaboration, backed by increased funding for security through appropriation, were some of the commitments endorsed at the conference. The Chairman, House of Representatives Committee on National Security and Intelligence, Sha'aban Sharada, was elected as the new President General of the network, alongside Rashid Godamasi from Benin Republic and Henry Zomiaba of Democratic Republic of Congo as second and third Vice Chairman.
We will ensure effective projection and the good image of the network.
For the benefit of us, we Africans, for our own safety, that is a great cause to humanity.
The Network of African Parliamentarians, members of Defense and Security Committees, has headquarters in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. It was established to enhance dialogue and cooperation in tackling insecurity and illicit proliferation of small arms and light weapons in Africa. Lami Ali, NTA News.
The Senate has asked the National Directorate of Employment to provide evidence of payment and mode of distribution of funds to beneficiaries of the Special Public Works Program across the 774 local government areas. This was at the defense session by the agency at Senate Committee of the Employment, Labor and Productivity. Mobolaji Moribrin completes the report.
It is more than 2 weeks of engagement by legislatures, ministers and its agencies. Appearing before the Senate Committee on Employment, Labor and Productivity is the Minister of State for Labor and Employment, with his team to defend the 2022 budget proposal.
What is being proposed is 5,474,367 517 naira.
The National Directorate of Employment is proposing over 22.8 billion naira in its 2022 fiscal year. Thereafter, concerns were raised by senators on the low utilization of key projects and lack of database on skilled acquisition programs.
What is responsible for your getting so much money and utilizing so little?
Page 3. That is talking of the extended special public law 774 job service wide rollover in 2021. We want to know how did you pay the money?
What we normally send to Accountant General are the names.
You are only those who generate the names.
Yes, names of participants, their account numbers, their BVN, their bank details.
Each and every one of them that have been paid, we have all the details.
Similarly, the Director General Michael Imodu Institute for Labor Studies also presented the 2022 budget with an appeal for increase in their budgetary allocation.
I think we need to improve on our capital budget to go beyond this.
More agencies are expected to appear for their budget defense. From the National Assembly, Mobolaji, Moribiri, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International. We take a break now. More stories when we return.
Hear the call of change. Stand up, Nigeria. Change is here and it's going to stay. Change begins with you. Oh yeah, make we go. Go to so let the change begin from within. Look at you, oh Gerula. Change begins with you and me. Change begins with me. Change begins with me. Change begins with me.
This message is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Well, thank you for staying with us. The Joint Senate Committee on Health, Primary Health Care and Communicable Diseases has asked the Minister of Health to reappear before it on Tuesday to defend its 2022 budget. And this decision was taken after the committee observed discrepancies in the document presented by the ministry. Dayo Gunchola reports.
The ministry had commenced the defense with an appraisal of the 2021 budget, with Minister of Health, Ozage Henry, speaking on the releases and performances.
For projects of this amount, 8.287, 21% was released, while 5.316, 64% of the amount released has been utilized.
However, the committee raised concerns that the entire sources of finance to the ministry were not appropriately classified, leading to the suspension of the session.
We want to have status report 2018 to now in terms of fund release, fund utilized, where it is disbursed to, and what are the key challenges or bottlenecks that is hindering.
Meanwhile, Senate Committee on Solid Minerals says it is only with adequate budgetary allocation that the full potential of mines and state development can be realized. This was when Minister of State for Mines and State Development, Dr. Uche Oga, defended 23.4 billion naira budget of the ministry.
Our desire is to see that revenue generation from this sector is second to none.
Let's talk together. Let's find out what is stagnating the development in that industry. When you carry us along, we will find ways and means of ensuring that the budget allocation for solid mineral is in line with our dream of what we expect that industry to turn to.
Senate Committee on Trade and Investment also hosted Lagos International Trade Fair Management Board at another session of budget defense. From the National Assembly, Dayo Ogunshola, NTA News.
The Ministry of Mines and Steel Development is designing a strategic policy document for the development of sustainable jewelry and gemstone industry in Nigeria for in-country value addition. Minister of Mines and Steel Development, Olamelikon Adegbite, is optimistic that the federal government will earn huge revenue from this subsector, as experts are already meeting to come up with the best approach in achieving this target.
Among the several varieties of gemstones found in Nigeria are very spectacular sapphires, colorful tourmaline, spessartites, garnets, aquamarine, emerald, topaz, and amethyst. Unfortunately, the gemstone and jewelry industry in Nigeria remains underdeveloped. The gems are mined by artisanal mining operations and sold as rough gemstones in Germany, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and the United States.
This workshop is intended to develop a working document that will guide government in development of a sustainable gems and jewelry industry in Nigeria, covering laws, education, exploration, licensing, import, export, global market policies, trading, security, promotion, taxation, finance, pricing, partnership, etc.
Now let's move to Lagos, where an interagency rescue operation is ongoing to evacuate victims who are still trapped under the rubble of a collapsed building at number 47 Gerald Street in Ikoyi, Lagos. Adeni Atayo has an update.
As at the time of filing this report, the identity of those trapped under the rubble is still unknown, although unconfirmed report says the owner of the building was among those still missing.
The managing director, they were inside here doing meeting with some mopos, because some of the guys are inside here too. Painter, electrician, plumber, mason, they are inside here.
After a short anxious moment of waiting, heavy machinery were moved to the scene to begin the clearing of the rubble from the collapsed high-rise building. The interagency effort is being supervised by the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Obafemi Hamzat, while detachment of security services are also on standby to maintain law and order. Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Hakeem Odumosu, who briefed journalists, said the operation will last all night as more equipment are being brought in to aid the rescue efforts.
3 people have been rescued alive, and so far 5. 5 have been confirmed dead.
With a yet to be a certain number of people still trapped under the rubble, it is certain that this rescue operation will go way into the midnight. The good thing is that personnel are on ground while necessary resources are being deployed to ensure that the rescue operation goes through successfully. From Gerard Street here in Ikoyi, Lagos, Adeni Itaiwo, NTA News.
Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has commiserated with families who have lost loved ones in the 22-story building collapse in Lagos, while some are still trapped. In a statement signed by Special Advisor to the President, Media and Publicity, President Buhari shares this sad moment with people and government of Lagos State, urging authorities to step up efforts in rescue operations, while emergency institutions, including hospitals, should provide all the necessary support to safeguard lives of the rescued. The President prays for God's intervention in the ongoing rescue operations. The Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, has said that the proposed presidential VIP wing of the State House Clinic will, in addition to the President, the Vice President, and their families, also take care of visiting heads of state if the need arises. State House correspondent Gideon Ifadi tells us more.
At the groundbreaking ceremony of the facility at the State House Precinct, Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, described the project as an essential facility, as it is important to have the best facility for the President, the First Family, and other very distinguished senior officers of government.
It's also a facility when finished will be available in case we have visiting presidents, visiting heads of states who may require medical support and assistance during their visit.
It is to the glory of God and for the good of man.
From here, we move forward with the full construction activity.
Permanent Secretary State House Tijani Umar says it is expected that the construction and commissioning would be done by December 2022. Present at the occasion were the Chief Medical Director, State House Clinic, Dr. Munir Hussaini Yakasai, and other members of the State House top management, as well as the construction team of Julius Berger, Nigeria. And the State House, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
The First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, has reaffirmed her continued support to improving the education of women, youths, child, and other vulnerable groups in the country. The First Lady stated this in a message during the inauguration of the Future Assured College in Maiduguri, Borno State. And Aliu Kabir was there and our reports.
Future Assured College is situated in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, in a landmark area of 21,000 square meters, consisting of 24 classrooms, administrative block, multi-purpose hall, computer and science laboratories, staff quarters, and all other state-of-the-art facilities to enhance teaching and learning. Inaugurating the project, the First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, in a message, underscored the contribution of all stakeholders for actualizing this project, which was conceived in 2017 with the aim of boosting the quality of life of the orphans and other less privileged children affected by the insurgency in order to heal their trauma towards becoming future leaders of the country.
It was this despair that triggered my emotions to establish the school of this nature. The idea is to cater for the future of our children, especially the less privileged ones. Today, I'm glad that my dream has come to fruition. We are all gathered here to commission the project at last.
While appreciating the First Lady's tremendous support in this direction and similar gestures, the governor of the state, alongside Senator Kashim Shettima, who provided the land while serving as the state governor, and other stakeholders, promised to continue doing their best.
Today's event is yet another breakthrough in the provision of education for our school-aged children, especially the internally displaced persons, IDPs, and orphan children.
It comes as no surprise that our compassionate and committed First Lady is championing such an altruistic, thoughtful, and general initiative.
And that is why we are very happy to support Her Excellency in setting up this college.
Future Assured College is expected to run primary section, junior and senior secondary schools, as well as train and empower women, especially widows. Already, about 300 students are offered admission by the school management for the 2022 and 2023 academic session. Aliu Kabir, NTA News.
As part of continued efforts to cushion the effect of COVID-19, the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development has distributed food items to vulnerable in Nasarawa local government area of Kano State. Muhammad Rabiu Ali reports that the gesture is in partnership with International Organization for Migration and the Swiss government.
We commend federal government. The food items will assist us very well.
That things are hard, we appreciate them. Thank you very much for giving us all this type of food, and it's going to be enough for a long time period for us to be eating with our families.
We thank God for this gesture. These beneficiaries have every reason to shower encomiums on federal government for these and many interventions. The project, which is a pilot scheme aimed at providing immediate socio-economic relief to potential migrants impacted by COVID-19 in northern Nigeria and Kano inclusive. The target beneficiaries were carefully selected from Nasarawa local government area of the state.
The project is all about a COVID-19 support program. It's in continuation with what the ministry has been doing to ensure that livelihood are sustained amidst the COVID-19 crisis and outbreak.
Items distributed include rice, vegetable oil, noodles, milk, spaghetti, among others. Muhammad Rabiu Ali, NTA News.
We take another break now. More stories when we return. The Speaker House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, says there is a need to change public perception of the legislature as it is strategic to the survival of Nigeria's democracy. It was while declaring open a two-day workshop for the House of Representatives Committee on Media and Public Affairs in Abuja. National Assembly correspondent Lamiali reports.
The 40-member House Committee on Media and Public Affairs serves as an intermediary between the House and the public. It shapes perspectives in relation to constitutional rule and other activities of the House. Femi Gbajabiamila says a lack of knowledge in the public space on the institution has led to misunderstandings. He urged the committee to change the narrative, which is why this capacity-building workshop was organized.
When a small committee or an institution as the National Assembly is misunderstood or misjudged, it has the possibility of the potential of snowballing or having even a larger and more dangerous effect on our democracy.
Our organization has also a very long tradition in Nigeria to provide capacity building seminars to the media, especially to the press, believing that press freedom and the freedom of expression is one of the most important values of any democracy.
Chairman of the committee, Benjamin Kalu, says engagement with traditional and new media enables the committee to adequately address issues of interest.
To promote the image of the House, curb press speculations on House activities, and effectively manage House publicity.
Issues to be considered in this capacity building workshop include strategies for engaging the media in legislative work beyond plenary to cover important aspects of committee work, which is where the bulk of time and resources of the Assembly are invested.
Latest communication and public relations strategy are the main features at the workshop. Lami Ali, NTA News.
Repeal and reenactment of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act of 2015 has been suggested as a way injecting new life into the 6-year-old legislation following developments, especially courts' nullification of some sections and defects emanating from the legislation since implementation. Chairman House of Representatives Committee on Judiciary, Onofiok Luke, made the suggestion when he declared open an expert review meeting of stakeholders on the proposed amendment in Abuja. Judiciary correspondent Vera Chinuba reports that the report of the proposed amendment of the Act is to be submitted to the National Assembly for legislative action.
Administration of Criminal Justice Act of 2015 is a revolutionary piece of legislation which has brought about significant improvements in the criminal justice administration in Nigeria. However, mere enacting of a good law does not necessarily translate to effective application of the law. The expert review meeting by stakeholders deliberated on the inputs submitted for the proposed amendment. This, they believe, will improve on criminal investigations and eventually lead to successes in the prosecution of criminal cases in the courts. Part of the proposal include abolition of trial within trial, part-head matters to be continued by a new judge, introduction of plea bargaining, and protection of liberty of citizens by encouraging investigation of crime before suspects are arrested.
Judicial officers, magistrates, and then legal practitioners have seen some lacunas that needs to be filled with a saving provision to save what has already been done.
If it is amendment, it means that they must be ready to take it one paragraph after the other, one section after the other. It's a wholesale bill with a new input, current bill repealed. But we must get a commitment from the National Assembly.
What we want to do is to make the administration of criminal justice law more responsive to the observed challenges of our criminal justice system. We want to try as much as possible to provide a proper working tool, for the judiciary.
In line with the submissions of the expert review meeting of stakeholders, a new administration of Criminal Justice Act in tandem with contemporary times may be on the way. In Abuja, Viera Chimoba, NTA News.
The Supreme Court has fixed 17th of January 2022 to hear the application filed by the Rivers State government challenging the jurisdiction of court in oil wells suit instituted by the Rivers State government against Imo State. The state is also seeking to stop the federal government from ceding the 17 oil wells to Imo State. Counsel to Attorney General of the Federation and those of Imo State government, Remi Olaubora and Olushola Oke SAN, informed the court that they have filed 2 motions challenging the competence and jurisdiction of the court. They argue that the application should take precedence over the substantive suit. The appellant counsels, however, opposed the move, suggesting that the summons filed by the Rivers State government for direction ought to be heard by the court as a way of streamlining the various applications. The appellant counsels also urged the court to hear both applications jointly. The 7-man panel, led by Justice Kudirat Kekere Ekun, after hearing the submissions of the parties, fixed the date for further hearing. Rivers State government had taken the Attorney General of the Federation and Imo State government to court, seeking interpretations of the boundary between Rivers and Imo State, alleging that the delineation of Nigeria administrative map and others are inaccurate and do not represent legitimate boundaries between both states. Inspector General of Police Usman Alkali Baba has ordered detailed investigations into the reported invasion of the Abuja residence of Justice Mary Odili. A statement by the force indicates that the leadership of the force is not aware and did not at any time order police operatives to carry out such assignment. The IGP described the reported violation of the sanctity of the residence of the Justice of the Supreme Court as unfortunate and unacceptable. Consequently, the IGP has directed the Force Intelligence Bureau to conduct a discreet investigation into the incident. Meanwhile, the IGP has directed the Commissioner of Police, FCT Command, to strengthen security around the streets and residence of Her Lordship Justice Mary Odili to ensure her safety and also to prevent a reoccurrence of the unfortunate incidents. The Nigerian military has launched the maiden edition of the Defense Headquarters Joint Operations Planning Exercise, codenamed Skylock. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa, who was at the Army War College, Abuja venue of the event, tells us the essence of the exercise in the quest to secure the nation.
These are participants from the Nigerian Army, Navy, and Air Force War Colleges in a joint operations planning exercise codenamed Skylock 2021, organized by the Defense Headquarters at the Nigerian Army War College.
The conduct of this joint operations planning exercise is yet another milestone to promote understanding and collaboration not only between the colleges but also to enhance jointness in our armed forces as a whole.
The combination of the training packages of the 3 colleges will involve aspects of national security, interagency coordination, logistic planning, counter-terrorism, and counter-insurgency, as well as stabilization of operations.
The Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo, noted that the exercise is aimed at promoting synergy among members of the armed forces during operations.
This culture is indeed essential to the development of the operational level capacity towards tackling the multifarious contemporary security challenges and engagements in future military operations.
The Defense Headquarters says there are plans to merge the three war colleges into a single institution. From the Nigerian Army War College in Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
The Nigerian Army says the recent killings, arson and destructions in southeast Nigeria was being executed by members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and the Eastern Security Network, ESN. Director Army Public Relations, Brigadier General Onyema Nwachuku, stated these while briefing newsmen on the ongoing army exercises across the country in Abuja.
It is the handiwork of these criminals, and the public needs to understand that. And that is why we are urging members of the public to take ownership of these ongoing exercises, okay? And do what? Volunteer information to the security agencies. People that burn down your shops, that burn down your houses, people that make you sit at home and unable to go to work and do your businesses are not your friends. They are against the people. And the people need to understand. These are the narratives that we expect that the media will bring to the public domain and let them understand that this group of people, these elements, are not working for the southeast people.
Those of exercise Golden Dawn, Enduring Peace and Still Waters that span 20 states and the FCT, the director notes, has led to the rescue of 26 kidnapped victims, arrest of 33 drug peddlers, and elimination of 8 IPOB members. The Nigerian Army appealed to the public to provide timely intelligence report to enhance proactive operations to stem criminality. It is now time for our last break. Do stay with us as the news continues in a moment. My name is Justin Bemunyana. Welcome you to Africa Weekly.
So that Africa can move towards achieving higher level of immunity that's in the society.
Thank you for staying tuned. Not too long ago, the National Senior Citizen Center inaugurated a technical working group drawn from diverse sectors to develop a 10-year strategic development plan towards actualizing its vision of ensuring social inclusion for older persons. To that effect, the center is holding a 5-day workshop to scrutinize the document developed for effective and well-coordinated approach in fulfilling its mandate. Let's hear from Ruth Agwele.
From a wishful thinking to reality, the vision of changing the narrative for older persons in the country is gradually coming to fruition. In its quest for social inclusion of older persons, the National Senior Citizen Center, after holding due consultations with strategic key players in the northern and southern zones across the country, is meeting again with technical partners to scrutinize its 10 years developmental work plan that would determine its mandate, build capacities on tackling challenges in line with the Policy Act for older persons.
Once this document
is finalized. The implementation plan is also developed. I am confident that in Nigeria, I'm sure now we will be a very, very good example to other countries.
So this is like tying everything together and giving us a critical, procedure, how we can develop models of entrepreneurship and training syllabus for all the people, how we can work with financial institutions, to bring financial inclusion.
At the end, the group are expected to strengthen the Commission's policies to meet the welfare of older persons and make life better for them. In Abuja, Ruth Aguele, NTA News.
And Tamara Ibiwe is our guide on sports update.
The ongoing Prudent Energy Handball Premier League continues to heat up with teams battling for the supreme prize. In Monday's matches, Imo Grasshoppers whipped Seasider Babes 32-23. In the men's category, Canopilas were 4 goals better than Plateau Vipers, scoring 24-20. It was a tighter encounter between Confluence Stars and Lagos Seasiders, which ended 32-34. For Day 13 fixtures, Chief of Army Staff Shooters prepare for a showdown with 2020 title holders, Safety Shooters. Kada Stars will be looking to put their 26-15 defeat to Canopilas behind them as they are fixed for a clash with Rima Strikers, while the final fixture for the day will see D Defenders tackle Toje Marine Academy. In volleyball, Nile University have emerged champions of the 2021 Life Camp Unity Volleyball Cup, which ended Sunday at the volleyball court, Jabi Lake, after defeating Nyanya Spikers by 3-2. Life Camp female volleyball team won the women's category after a 3-set victory over Legend Spikers.
This is the first time we are hosting this big competition, and fortunately, my team emerged the winner.
We're under pressure, so we're trying to make everything so perfect. But later on, the coach was like, we should just play, no gamble, we should just be focused and play on the game.
In football, Premier League side Tottenham have sacked manager Nuno Espirito Santo after his defeat to Manchester United on Sunday. The club announced that Nuno is leaving with his coaching staff, Barbosa and Diaz, as they have also been relieved of their duties. Nuno is leaving Tottenham after only 4 months. With sports updates, Tamara Ibiwe, NTA News.
Now let's take a look at weather prospect for Tuesday. That's the news on NTA International. Before we go, do remember to join NTA in the fight against rape and rapists. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Justin Bemungi.
You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Welcome to Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
Aksum was previously thought to have been founded by Sabians, an ancient people speaking an old South Arabian language who lived in what is today Yemen, in the southwest of the Arabian Peninsula. However, most scholars now agreed that prior to the arrival of the Sabians, an African settlement by name Agao people and other Ethiopian groups had already existed in the territory. Sabians' influence is now thought to have been minor, limited a few localities, and disappearing after a few decades or a century, perhaps representing a trading or military colony. The Aksumite Empire at its peak extended across most of present-day Eritrea, northern Ethiopia, Tigray province, western Yemen, southern Saudi Arabia, and Sudan. The capital city of the empire was Aksum, now in northern Ethiopia. Today a smaller community, the city of Aksum was once a bustling metropolis and cultural and economic center. By the reign of Indubis in the late 3rd century, the empire had begun minting its own currency. They used the name Ethiopia as early as the 4th century. By 350 AD, Aksum conquered the kingdom of Kush. After several years of military and political struggles, Yemen fell under the rule of the Aksumite general Abreha, who continued to promote the empire until his death, not long after which Yemen was conquered by the Persians. According to Monroe, these wars may have been Aksum's swan song as a great power, with an overall weakening of Aksumite authority, weak in finance as well as in manpower. Covering parts of what is now northern Ethiopia and Eritrea, Aksum was deeply involved in the trade network between the India and the Mediterranean, exporting ivory, tortoiseshell, gold, emeralds, and importing silk and spices. Aksum's access to the Red Sea and the Upper Nile enabled its strong navy to profit in trade between various African states, Nubia, Yemen, and Indian states. The empire traded with Roman traders as well as with Egyptian and Persian merchants. The empire was rich in gold and iron deposits. Salt was also in abundance and was widely traded.
During the 2nd and 3rd centuries, the Kingdom of Aksum continued to expand their control of the southern Red Sea basin. A caravan route to Egypt, which bypassed the Nile corridor entirely, was established. Aksum succeeded in becoming the principal supplier of African goods to the Roman Empire. The Aksumite Empire was notable for a number of achievements, such as its own alphabet, the Ge'ez alphabet, which was eventually modified to include vowels. Furthermore, in the early times of the empire, giant obelisks to mark emperors and noble tombs, underground grave chambers were constructed, the most famous of which was the obelisk of Aksum. After a second golden age in the early 6th century, the empire began to decline, eventually ceasing its production of coins in the early 7th century. There exist different hypotheses as to why the empire collapsed, but historians agree that climate changes must have greatly contributed to the fall of Aksum. Aksum lost its ability to control its own raw material sources, and that network collapsed. Relatively, local history holds that it is clear from contemporary sources that a female usurper did indeed rule the kingdom at this time, and that her reign ended sometime before 1003. After a short dark age, the Aksumite Empire was succeeded by the Agau Zagwe dynasty in the 11th or 12th century, most likely around 1137, although limited in size and scope. However, Yekonu Amlak, who killed the last Zagwe king and founded the modern Solomonic dynasty around 1270, traced his ancestry and his right to rule from the emperor of Aksum, Dilna-Ut. It should be mentioned that the end of the Aksumite Empire didn't mean the end of the Aksumite culture and traditions.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Glamour, runway, style, fame.
She likes fashion. She likes fashion. She likes fashion.
This year, the annual Africa Fashion for Peace show fundraise towards peace-building initiatives within Nigeria and across Africa.
My drive so far is the heart to continue what I'm born for, and a purpose and mission to complete. So you don't complete your mission until you leave this world. That's mission accomplished. So what in essence is that I have been a victim. I know what it takes when a country is not in peace. And right now, as I speak to you, a lot of things are going on in the world. All we need is to preach more peace. All we need is to be the peace we want to see.
Philanthropists and fashion enthusiasts were treated to a stunning fashion show with a charitable mission. Diverse cultures, creative interpretations, and individual style were all celebrated on the runway as models strutted in looks from Hopez Designs, Atinuke Stone, Kaftan Design, Adore, and Brains and Machine Fashion Lab.
Every of our designs was inspired by nature. That was why it's called Aura of Nature. Yeah, the whites we used on one of our colors in the design is white. White signifies peace. Then black is African. Then the yellow, if you're happy, you go with yellow. And also yellow color signifies nature as well. So
it's all about local designs, how to really be creative locally, use local materials to have local fittings that will appeal to occasions, corporates, and what have you.
We are here tonight to showcase our work, our stone design, that you can do on t-shirt, on dresses, on kaftan, and then to make the stone design, to create awareness for stone design in Nigeria, because most times people travel out to get their stone work done. But here we can provide the templates for your company. We can do the stone work, and we can get you a t-shirt on your face cap, at least your logo company, and on normal outing dresses.
So Adore is feminine. I mean, I'm a woman, so I reflect my bag. I mean, we have little mini bags, and you know these days girls like mini bags. So you could take it out just for a small shopping. You just have your ATM card in your bag, and then you have your money.
The show also featured performances from King Fash, Phonics, Creative Brothers, and many more. This year's Peace Ambassadors were also presented with awards for their commendable charity work and peace-building efforts in the community. In its fourth year, the Africa Fashion for Peace show was fresh and entertaining, and nonetheless maintained its purpose of fundraising for a good cause. House 12 Apparel bills itself as the ultimate fashion boss, and CEO Nancy Abor has the receipts to prove it, offering up timely advice on making smarter decisions for your fashion business.
I've been working since 17, and I put in so much work in growing people's business. So I thought it was time to do something for myself. I needed to put in this energy, to do something for myself. And I was working while attending fashion school, and learning about this business and all of that. And then I went full-time into fashion school. After that, I started from my house, actually. Yes, I started from my sitting room. I had just one sewing machine, one weaving machine, I started collecting clothes from people to, make for them. and I needed to expand. I knew I wanted more. I didn't start like this. I didn't have all I needed, to start off. But I started from my living room, and I was getting clearer pictures. I was getting, bigger, vision of what I want to do with myself in the industry, right? And I kept going like that. And when I felt I was ready, I started seeking for partnership. I would say in this industry, you can't do it alone. Even if you have the finance, you can't do it alone. You need people who understand your dream. You need people who understand where you're going to. If they don't, you'll be wasting your time, right? So you need to work with people who understand your vision. I'm actually a meticulous person. I like things being done right. And sometimes it's not really easy to pass that down to the people that work with you. It can be really difficult because on many occasions they'll feel like, but this is okay, ma. And I'm like, no, it's not good enough. It has to be top notch. I also want to impart this knowledge to other people, younger people, older people, whoever is interested in learning fashion and making money in the fashion industry. Also considering the rate of unemployment, in Nigeria, this is another way we can, contribute to the society. The whole idea for the academy it started just shortly after the pandemic, because during the pandemic, while we were locked in and working, people would come around and be like, sorry, do you train people? Everybody was idle. They wanted to make good use of their time. So we're working to be training core members. We had an interview with NYSC. As soon as they get out of school, a lot of them need to learn a skill or learn one thing or the other. We're not fully maximizing our creatives. So we just create one style and we toss it out and we're on to the next one. For instance, this that I have made, I can create much more, from the same thing without needing to change it necessarily. It can be slanted this way, right? And it can be just on one side of, the body. It doesn't have to be on the neck. We also need to consider how you want to look, what you want to look like, what you'll be comfortable in. And it necessarily doesn't have to go with what is, trending, like what is acceptable. Fashion is about self-expression. I shouldn't separate what you're wearing from who you are. I should be able to match what you're wearing to who you are. I invested so much after all the production we made during the lockdown, all the profit we made during the lockdown. I put in back, the money without thinking it through. So I should have considered the economic situation of, the country. That's the truth. It's something that every one of us should, be mindful of. You need to consider when you're investing, what you're investing in. You need to consider if it's the right time. You understand? You need to carve a niche for yourself because the industry is quite competitive, trust me. But you need to carve a niche for yourself and you need to stay there. Be consistent. Keep doing what you're doing. Do not stop. Seize every opportunity to better yourself. Look for a fashion brand online that you can learn something from. Go through their brands, you'll get inspiration. So keep bettering yourself at every opportunity you get and be persistent.
Introduced into global fashion in 1974, the wrap dress defined the era and outfitted a generation of women seeking and achieving professional and personal independence. The piece started out as a wrap top and a skirt, and evolved into a single-piece dress with a 3-panel design that includes the inner panel, the outer panel, and a belt or a snap to fasten the two. Here's 3 reasons to make this modern classic a wardrobe staple. The wrap dress has not fallen out of style all these years, and this timeless appeal comes from its universally flattering fit. The front closure formed by wrapping one side across the other and knotting the attached ties that wrap around the back creates an hourglass silhouette. Women of all shapes and sizes find that this dress will accentuate the waist. The resulting V-shaped neckline also adds length to the body. 2 dress tips that look great on any body type. A wrap dress is one of the most versatile pieces of women's clothing, and the best part is that there are endless ways to style this dress for any occasion. By pairing the dress with the right accent pieces, a wrap dress can appear differently from one style to another. Day to night, from the office to an after-work event, the wrap dress will carry you through every kind of occasion. Depending on the accessories you add, a wrap dress can be dressed up or down. In fact, there are not too many places where you can't wear this classic piece. Just a quick change of shoes and accessories and you're good to go. Dress it down with a denim jacket and sneakers for a casual day out, or pair it with statement heels and a blazer for a night out. It's always a safe and chic choice. The wrap dress is known for being easy to wear and a comfortable way to achieve a fashion-forward look. The most common type of wrap dress comes with 2 attached strings. Put the dress on one sleeve at a time, as you would a coat, and allow the dress to hang naturally. Then, make sure the back panel is placed well, and check if the side seams are positioned rightly across or along both sides of the body. Wrap the left side of the dress across by pulling it against yourself. Then, adjust it until you're happy with the way it sits on you. Tie the belt securely in a double knot to ensure that it doesn't come undone, and instantly, you've achieved a look that's chic and effortless. Easy to wear, versatile, and timeless, the wrap dress is ticking all of the boxes of a best-selling garment.
My designs are described in 4 words: timeless, eclectic, simple, and unique.
And our fashion-forward brand of the day goes to Bolu and Del. Fresh off a Red Edit magazine feature, the fast-rising brand is pulsating with youthful energy, making a stunning statement with minimalist beads and signature pieces.
My name is Bolu, and I'm a student. I'm a fashion designer. I just like being different from everybody. Like, my designs are described in 4 words. I describe them as timeless, eclectic, simple, and unique. I always try to put that in my everyday life and my dress sense. Before, it was just a hobby. I just started doing it because I loved doing it. But I want something that will be sustainable for me after school. So I make earrings, I make necklaces, I make unisex bracelets, I make anklets. But then I also want to move into making male pieces, unisex pieces that everybody can wear. It all started when I was in JSS3. So I used to watch a lot of YouTube videos and stuff. So I wanted to try the designs out. But it started becoming a business when I was in university. So I attended this event, the Lagos Fashion Hangout. So I just thought it was literally just fashion designers that would just come and hang out and stuff. I didn't know what the workshop was at the time. So when I now attended the event, I now got to meet lots of designers. I knew about like how the fashion business worked, and then I decided to like start something even if it was small. So I loved making chokers a lot, so I just decided to like, give it a shot. I wanted to like specialize in making choker designs. I used to watch like stuff from different fashion designers, how they start their business. They always teach me to like always be unique in like whatever I do. So when I stopped making velvet chokers, I wanted to do like beads because I went for like a bead class in 2018 with Perfect Melange in Keja. So I did like a 1 month course in bead making. But like the beads I learned from her, they were like wedding beads and stuff. But I didn't want to just do that. I wanted to still do my chokers. So I just tried to like make my own stuff and like be inventive. And I knew that like at a point like the people that will like it will like it. I always try to be different. And anytime like I'm looking for like inspiration, like I could be reading something or just like watching a movie or just walking on the road. Like anytime like an idea can just pop in my head and then I'll just write it down. And when I even start like making it, something else will just come, like different designs will just come, and then I'll just start making that stuff. The new collection that I just released, I called it like the sand collection. I basically used like sand beads to make most of the designs in that collection. And then I used a bit of like stones, like nail bracelets. So instead of like just using it to just do ordinary bracelets, I also use those beads to make earrings. So I like this type of bead, yeah. So I use this agate stone, and then I mixed it with sand beads to make earrings. And then the waist beads, I used sand beads and also like some crystal stones just to make it different. Because I know like regular waist beads are just like straight, but then I just wanted mine to look different, and like when you see it, you know that okay, this is something different. And when you wear it, you feel like very confident because like you're different from your design is different from what everybody else is wearing. So, and then I also worked with cowries. I worked with like lots of pearls and stuff. My fellow students in like Bells University, we did this fashion shoot. Like I made some designs, so I told all of them to wear them, and then we did like this small shoot in school. It was a very nice shoot. It was like outdoor. And then they were just like wearing it and having fun. They were gisting, and yeah, it was really cute. I want them to feel very confident and beautiful. Like whenever they wear like a bolo and del piece, they are always proud to go anywhere they want to go. Especially like my newest designs, like anytime I wear them, I always feel very like different. I want it to be like as big as it can get. Even like going international, I definitely want to like showcase my designs on like Lagos Fashion Week sometime very soon.
We all love box braids, but when the style starts to get old, the edges and roots start to grow out, and your first instinct is to take them out. Not too fast though. You can extend the life of your hairstyle for just a bit longer. Tame loose strands with some hot water, redo your edges with the help of gel or edge control, and then get creative with simple styling ideas. Gather a section from the front of your hair, almost as though you're making a side part. Make a chunky braid out of this section and tuck it toward the rest of your braids, which you will then gather up into a ponytail. Similar to the braided swoop, this style is also super easy and quick. First things first, you gather your braids to one side. Take a quarter of the braids in the front and make a side bang. Then, instead of a ponytail, you gather all the strands into a low bun. Another easy style and also a classic. Pull half of your hair up into a ponytail at the very top of your head and leave the other half down and 2 loose strands in the front to accomplish a very chic look. Grab some fabric and wrap your braids up. First, gather your braids into a high ponytail and secure it. Then, take the hair and wrap it in a circular fashion so that you create a high bun. Secure the base of your bun with a cute scarf to score major style points. Don't let your old hair hold back your personal style. Create 2 small buns in the front and let the hair in the back drape down for a look that is very modern.
Hairstyles like these are great when it comes to hiding rough edges, as long as all the loose hair is tucked under a jumbo crown braid, a twist, or faux bang. Just pick a style that you like and have fun with it.
Nigeria is blessed with arable land and lush vegetation. Every season, the agricultural sector harvests various food crops and cash crops. Alongside these, we are blessed with medicinal plants, which are essential in tackling our health issues. The list of these plants are endless, with huge potentials.
They are readily around us. They are available. These are things that we should be able to plant within our surroundings for immediate use, which is healthier.
We have huge potentials in Nigeria with respect to herbal medicine. Huge, I can tell you.
An inventory on what is available in the various geopolitical zones is amazing.
We have over 8,000 species of medicinal plants in Nigeria, and yet we have not tapped up to 25%. So that means for those of us who believe and often talk to medicinal plants, they come and they go. They are not happy. Why? Because of underutilization. The Northwest, we identified Moringa. Moringa oleifera, commonly known as everybody, I'm sure 80% of Nigerians will know that Moringa oleifera zogale is a vegetable that is eaten in the northern part of this country. It's used in making soup, it's used in making salad. Then for the Northeast, we discovered that the plant called Hibiscus subderrifa. You know what is, I'm sure everybody knows zobo. Zobo is very common in Northeast. They use it in making soups, they use it in making drinks, and there are two, there is white variety, there is red variety. The red variety is the one you take zobo, you get the flour, the zobo. Then the white variety, they use it in making a kind of soup. Then for North Central, we looked at, if you see how it is massively grown, ginger, particularly in Kaduna. Ginger is a plant that has many medicinal value, all over the world, well documented. Friendly, home friendly, mothers, everybody can have it. In your gardens, you can have it. This is something readily available. We go to the southern region. Southwest, we give them a plant which they don't even know and appreciate. Ephiri, Basil gratusinum, or Basil ocimum. That is what they call Ephiri in Yoruba. They call it Nchau in Igbo. In Hausa, we call it Odoya. For the south, we gave them what we called Venonia amagladina. Bitter leaf. Every home has bitter leaf. But we are looking at beyond, for goodness sake, I've always said it when I'm being activated. You take bitter leaf as soup. Have you ever thought of what else can you use bitter leaf for? This is what we want to do, value addition. So we gave the south bitter leaf. Then the southeast, ugu, Telferia occidentalis. There is no home, I don't think of any home that doesn't know ugu. But we want to look at beyond knowing it at soup. Our grandparents made it, our mothers made it to soup. You as educated, what have you done to ugu? Excellent in the management of anemia, excellent in giving sickle cell patients, excellent in pregnant and lactating mothers, for goodness sake. So why don't we put it in a form to make it better?
Globally, there is a reawakening of the potentials of herbal preparations in the healthcare system and even as a source of income and foreign exchange earnings. Indeed, countries like India and China are big players as they have, through research, manufactured herbal products for export, which are being used worldwide to complement orthodox medicine. Why then is Nigeria lagging behind?
Our best bet is to encourage ourselves for this product of ours. This is how India, this is how China all developed. You don't find a doctor from China or from India talking openly to say that their herbal products, these are not working. So we should learn to be patriotic so that whatever come out of our country here, subject it to the highest level of ethical, clinical, whatever, before you condemn it. For instance, we are using all the procedures that are required up to WHO. Toxicity, stability, we are doing it. And these are the requirements legalistically that all herbal products must subject themselves to. This we have done. And we have passed a NAFDAC test for those ones that they have approved. So where are the issues? The fear, for us to end it, the fear about herbal medicine has to do with dosing, standardization.
Aside from the health benefits Nigerians can derive from the cultivation and the processing of medicinal plants, there are also many economic benefits.
1, health benefits. 2, of course, nutritional benefits. 3, economic benefits. And cultivation is easy, readily available. All we need to do is to now tell the farmers to grow more. And you know what it means. If you tell farmers to grow more, that means revenue, wealth, and economic and health benefits.
What are the efforts being made so far to improve upon what we have and conform to the best practices in manufacturing pharmaceutical products for the benefit of mankind?
The Minister of Health is working very hard. The last Herbal Day, the minister made a pronouncement that plans are on to integrate herbal medicine. The preparatory ground has been done by a herbal medicine policy, which has been developed at the level of Federal Minister of Health.
Adding value to what we have, thereby making farmers smile home with more cultivation.
As it is now, NAFDAC can only guarantee safety, but not efficacy. There's a borderline between safety and efficacy. Safety of medicine suggests that NAFDAC, once a herbal product has the seal of authority of NAFDAC, it is listed by NAFDAC, it suggests that you can use it. It is safe for you. It will not harm you. But we cannot guarantee the efficacy. In other words, doing exactly what, in terms of its curative potency.
It is therefore essential for us to look inwards and improve upon what we have so that we can tap from our immense God-given resources.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello, welcome to The Scale, that program that x-rays happenings in the justice sector of Nigeria. I remain yours on the program, Femi Okeowo. We have said so much about the state of our correctional centers, and we also have highlighted steps being taken to make things better in that segment of the justice sector. Of course, one of them is the change of name, which is expected to impact on the activities in the correctional centers. What we have not done so much is talk about juvenile justice. But the Presidential Committee for the Reform and Decongestion of Correctional Centers has focused now on the juvenile justice sector of the correctional processes. And that is why in its visit to correctional centers, it is focusing more now on the remand homes. And unfortunately, Nigeria has a dearth of remand homes. But the little that we have, how are they being managed? Recently, the Presidential Committee for the Reform and Decongestion of Correctional Centers visited yet another juvenile center, this time in Ilorin, and the visit was very revealing. That is what we are going to start the scale with in this edition.
Nigeria has only 3 juvenile remand homes owned by the federal government, one in Kaduna, another in Abuja, and then Ilorin. Only Lagos is known to have established any similar facility. Inadequate as these are to cater for Nigeria's rising juvenile crime rate, the Presidential Committee is more disturbed by the misuse of the federal government-owned centers by the parents and correctional officers, who have turned the centers into what the chairman described as dumping ground for children who, they claim, are beyond parental control. But far more than that, the Presidential Committee is angry that the juvenile correctional officials have completely breached the laws which allow only juveniles within 16 to 21 years of age to be kept in the centers and through valid court orders.
Hanging conviction on them without arraignment. This is absolutely outside the context of rule of law.
The visit also revealed that although the Gama Center in Ilorin is named a training institute, not much is going on in terms of instilling skills and knowledge. As a result of all these, but particularly because nearly all the inmates did not fulfill the legal conditions for remand, about 65% of them were released after strenuous screening by a technical committee which had the UNODC and UNICEF as members. It is not sufficient just discharging these inmates. There is a painstaking process of contacting the parents who must come and take possession of the students as a measure of safety. Imagine a 38-year-old graduate being kept in the facility along with these children. Abdul Wasiu, you are 38 years old, you said.
Yes, I am 38 years old.
And since when were you brought to this institution?
I was brought to this institution precisely on the 19th of August 2021.
You say you are a graduate and that you have done your NYC. What did you study in university?
I graduated from Alikma University in 2014 and I studied economics.
Since 2014, what have you been doing?
Yeah, I've done various jobs. I've been a property manager, I've been a project manager, and I've also driven for Taxify, Bolt, and Uber in Lagos State.
So what is it that brought you to this place?
Well, I was brought here basically because of my addiction to alcohol, but I was not brought here on that basis. I was actually brought here as an antecedent to a prior misunderstanding between my dad and I, because sometime in late July, as I said, I'm a property manager, so we have a property project we are developing at around Kwara State University, Malete. So I happened to be the project and site manager at that place. So I was approached by one of the plumbers at the site that he needed some woods, to be precise, to develop his house that he was building around the same area, and requested I sold some used materials to him. So I agreed and sold it to him at the price of 12,000 naira. And that same day, my dad, on his arrival to the site, was informed that some of the woods were sold. And when he inquired, he was informed I was the one that sold them. So he immediately contacted the Malete police station to detain me for stealing. And I tried to explain to him that I actually did not steal, and I did not know they were still to be used, that they were supposed to be, I believe they were supposed to be the ones we were no longer using. And I only did it to help the plumber that also works for us at the site. So after much pleading and persuasion, he still refused. So he insisted I be taken to court for that offense. And I was actually taken to court on the 29th of July. I was remanded in Okekura prison for a period of 14 days before the next adjournment. So on the date of the next adjournment, which was on the 8th or the 12th of August, so he agreed to release me, and I was released, and he withdrew the case. Only 6 days later to be rearrested, and I still tried to inquire why I was being arrested, that I've committed no crime this time around. And he was like, he was not happy with my drinking habits and whatnot, that he was advised by some people that there was a facility he could take me to that could actually stop me drinking. And I explained more to him that why doesn't he let us use the orthodox method we've been using, which was the rehabilitation process at a proper rehab facility. But I believed he was convinced that here was a better solution to the problem at hand then. So on the 19th of August, I found myself brought here, and I was persuaded to say things I was not supposed to say, like lying about my age, claiming I was 22, and being threatened to be taken to prison if I did not cooperate. So I found myself here.
Now that you have been discharged, knowing the true situation of things, you also know that you are into drugs. What do you intend to do now that you have been told to go home? What new steps, new life do you intend to lead?
Firstly, my being brought here would not change the kind of relationship I have with my parents, because I know they always want the best for me. That's why they want me to be where a controlled environment such as this place. But notwithstanding, I am a man of 38 years and above, and I think, thank God, and with the help of my parents, I have a degree that I can actually tender and work with. So I think I would rather, at this stage, try to take my destiny into my own hands and seek employment where I can find it, and pray to God to guide me through in life.
What do you intend to do about your addiction?
Well, like the doctor said, addiction is a lifelong problem, and it has to be dealt with precisely as such. So primarily, I still need to stay focused on my religious commitments by praying and staying clear of the alcohol, like I know, because it's a major problem and it's a sin in the sight of God. So I have to be very religious about it and pray always, and not most importantly, my determination to leave it completely and let it not be the cause of destruction of my life, by staying completely away from it and focusing on my life.
I wish you the best, Abdul Wasil.
Thank you very much, sir.
All the parents' claims of stubbornness, truancy, and rascality are not known to the law. Justice Ishak Bello says the law has defined acts that should qualify juveniles for remand.
Parents who want to abscond from their responsibilities of parenthood have found this place an avenue and safe haven for bringing their own children and dumping them. You see, there are two classifications, or three. There is the category which we found in Lagos, branded as beyond parental control. And here, there is the other category where that is just a case of dumping by the parents, so no associated complaint whatsoever. Initially, we thought it was a magistrate they pinned down to achieve this in one of the states of the Federation, because most of the orders came from that approach. But from the revelation of the officer within the Boston Institute, it became obvious that it was just a concocted document. They are concocted documents. So meaning there is absolutely no any legal basis for their detention here. The procedure not having complied with and not associated with any visible crime. And we are happy some of their parents have come here, registered their pleasure over what we have done, and they have taken them away even while we are here. Some are overgrown for being here. By the law establishing Boston Institute, the entry point is 16 years to 21 years. We've found people that are 40-something here, 28, 29, name them. A lot of them, they ought not to be here. And what the law wanted to insulate the children by saying it is an institute meant for them is being really practicalized on them, on natural offenses in terms of sodomy by the aged that have been brought here. That is why the young ones are not meant to be in the adult incarceration centers, to insulate them from that. Now you are bringing the adults where the juveniles are being detained, and then the very thing that is being feared is being perpetrated on them. It is quite it is counterproductive. Those parents that come here and dump their children thinking that, oh, they are away from responsibility, they are at the end of the day creating more problem for themselves.
My Lord, your visit to this place, your eye-opening visit to this place, now makes your visit to Kaduna and Abeokuta more compelling.
Well, definitely. Well, for Abeokuta, we were able to send a technical committee that sieved out those that were deserving attention, and via Zoom, we were able to effect necessary decision and action. Except for Kaduna, which is one of the 3 Boston Institutes in the country, we will plan time, appropriate time to visit that, because what we have seen here is quite disturbing. A lot of us here, yesterday when we left, we couldn't sleep in good time because it's quite touching.
But it was not just gloom alone during the visit. 2 students who passed their wax exam while in the center were also released and granted scholarships. As has become part of the tradition of the Presidential Committee, books that can build the inmates were presented from the office of the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo.
Apart from the fact that we need more centers, just 3 in Nigeria is not enough to cater for the rising spate of youth crime now. But the ones that we have must comply with the rules. And we have just shown you some of the inadequacies, hoping that they will be addressed. The FCT High Court now has a new Chief Judge. He is Justice Hussaini Yusuf Baba, who was sworn in by the Chief Justice of Nigeria. Now the court can settle down and confront its challenges as we edge towards an electioneering period. So many cases have been brought to the FCT, and you know that one of the areas of contention is where people go forum shopping or filing cases out of jurisdiction. The FCT High Court will have to deal with that squarely. These are some of the areas that the Chief Justice of Nigeria pointed out during the swearing in of the new Chief Judge of the FCT. Let us visit the Supreme Court where the swearing in was done.
Justice Hussaini Baba Yusuf is the second Chief Judge to be sworn in to preside over the affairs of the FCT High Court this year alone. The previous one, Justice Salisu Garuba, had a short tenure, and with his appointment as the administrator of the National Judicial Institute paved way for this appointment, which will now lead the FCT High Court into the critical season of 2022 and 2023. Chief Justice of Nigeria therefore used the occasion of his swearing-in to admonish him in his capacity as a head of court and other judicial officers to be conscious of politicians and lawyers who might want to pursue personal ambition at the expense of the sanctity of the law.
The legal profession should indeed take the lead in all human affairs. However, the lead is at a price. We cannot take the lead when our courts issue ex parte orders recklessly. We cannot take the lead when many litigants, with support of their counsel, engage in forum shopping. We cannot take the lead when counsel file a case before a court that they know lacks jurisdiction, and the judge proceeds to hear the case. We cannot take the lead when counsel files frivolous cases in our courts just for nuisance value or to buy time. Administration of justice is the bedrock of not only democratic or civilized societies, but it also extends beyond the borders of civilized nations. No society can afford to discard administration of justice. There's no regime in any country that can operate without a judiciary. No matter how primitive a society is, it must have its own mechanism for resolution of its disputes. Otherwise, that society will drift into anarchy, self-destruction, and extinction. We must not only do self-assessment, we also need self-cleansing. All hands, therefore, must be on deck from both the bar and the bench to rid the legal profession of bad acts.
Justice Hussaini Baba Yusuf promised that the FCT High Court will strive to live above board.
You know that those before me did so well. I intend to improve on what they have done. We need to expand this court. We need to open new jurisdictions. We need to have more judges. We need to improve on our facilities so we can deliver to the public. What agitates the mind of the public now is good case management. So we're going to ensure that we have easier way of dispensing justice. We also need to probably enforce some form of discipline, because that is the bedrock of any successful organization. People must know what to do, what not to do. So we're going to make sure that all this happen, and we will ensure that at the end of the day, people who come here to ask for our services are happy. That is the thing.
The Chief Justice of Nigeria said the FCT High Court is not just another state court. It is a federal court, so to say. And with elections approaching, he also talked about the abuse of court processes. These are some of the areas I'm sure that agitate your mind.
Very well. You know that even before today, I've had meetings with my lord, the CJN, and we discussed this extensively. You will discover that ex parte injunctions that were given recently did not emanate from this place. The reason is that we have told our people the right thing to do. Once you do not have jurisdiction, it will be bad to go get involved, because that is what gives you the virus to do whatever you need to do. So if you go and begin to dabble into cases that do not concern us, here, for example, we have a lot of cases. So you don't need to take cases that do not concern us to be able to have something to do. Now, training and rethinking is an ongoing process.
So we will continue to engage our judges to ensure that they do the correct thing. We have a good role to play, a big one, in the election process. We will ensure that our people do not be a catalyst for confusion. They do not be a catalyst for disorderliness and all the rest of them. So we're taking on our people and they understand what to do. So I expect that come 2023 or in the build up to it, we'll do well in a way that we do not have conflicting decisions. You know, I mean, for example, now when there are cases that are fairly related, I give them to one judge so that in dealing with one, after dealing with one, he has that in his mind when dealing with the second one so that what he does in A does not conflict with what he does with B.
Now let's quickly take some gists from the courts as Olabode Arewa gives us happenings around us in the courts.
A Lagos State High Court sitting in Ikoyi has restrained commercial banks in the country from releasing funds totaling 11.7 billion naira to a Nigerian couple, Bamiche and Elizabeth Ajetomobi, who fled the country after duping investors of over 22 billion naira through a Ponzi scheme. Justice Toyin Oyekun Abdullahi granted an order of marital injunction freezing the assets of the couple. The court also granted an order restraining them from accessing the funds, pending the determination of the suit filed against them by some aggrieved Nigerians who invested heavily in their savings scheme. A marital injunction is known as a court order to prevent the defendant from selling the assets or withdrawing the money while legal proceedings are on. Meanwhile, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission has arraigned the former chairman of the Special Presidential Investigation Panel for the Recovery of Public Property, Obono Oblak, over allegations of certificate forgery. The commission, in a 2-count charge filed at the Judge Judicial Division of the High Court of Plateau State, alleged that the defendant presented a fake result with a credit pass in English literature to the University of Jos, with which he secured admission to study law. The charge filed before Justice Christy Dabo alleged that while Obono Oblak did not sit for the GC in English literature in 1982, he presented the result of the same GC to the University of Jos in 1985, contrary to Section 366 of the Penal Code of Plateau State.
So much on the scale today. We certainly will be bringing up issues that have been taking place in the justice sector of Nigeria as a way of helping you to understand the law and know how to brace up to the issues that concern your human rights. Thank you for being part of today's edition, and we shall be seeing you again in due course.
Art of making something more beautiful by adding ornaments to it is also known as decoration. Today, so many men and women hardly do without decorating their events. They choose the colors and the quality of materials befitting such an event. Invited guests and groups that grace the occasion normally come in their numbers with different attires conforming to the recommended colors. This practice on during parties or family ceremonies or occasions. However, others call it anko, and many adopt the white man model, which is uniform.
When it first started, it was just the headgear. All the members wearing the same color. Gradually, today, they have moved down even to the dress and the handbag. Handbag to match, and even shoes.
The question then is, how do we practice in our own locality in Benue State?
Because of our association with the outside world, our people are bringing it and introducing it now in Benue State.
They use it in order to make their events colorful. Almost all the Tiv traditional marriages, you see them making black and white ashobi. So for the Idomas, it's red and black. Then the Igede is blue and black on their traditional marriages, and even on their white weddings, they use black and white.
How do you feel when your event is accentuated with different colorful attires?
So much excited because I will know that at least I have a group, as in people that have identified with me on my day.
I will be so excited, so joyously inside me. I will know that yes, so people, everybody will know that yes, these are so people, he belongs to them, so it makes you happy.
What happens if the guests come with attires whose colors do not correspond with those recommended?
It is not as if it is a must that you must wear ashobi. It's not for everybody. So if the chief celebrant sees somebody who is not into that attire, why will he or she not welcome the person?
There are factors that could make people to disappoint you in that way. Some, it could be that they don't have the money to afford the material given. So it could be that they don't like wearing the same clothes with so many people.
Inasmuch as decoration is aesthetic to an event, people whose attires do not conform with the color of the day should be free to partake in the merry-making or identify with others wearing the same uniform.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The thing is, you are forward, no matter how slow it is. So keep moving, keep going, and don't give up. Hello, amazing people. So good to have you join us on your #1 top of the shelf, classy and exciting event program on the network service of the NTA. I am Marianne Ayana, and this is Social Log. One of the most powerful synergy in the world comes from the power of love. Simply put, love is a powerful phenomenon. I still